from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Good morning, everyone. Nice seeing you here. It's surprised to see that we have anyone watching at this time so early. Well, so early over there, bit of the afternoon over here. So as usual, I'm gonna join the Discord for now. Oh, I see Pirate's already here. Hello, Pirate. How's it going?
Morning, buddy.
How was it yesterday? I don't know. It feels weird to have a weekday without the market being open.
Yeah.
Feels very strange.
Yeah, it felt like a Sunday yesterday or something.
Indeed. Yeah, just in case anybody's listening without image, AMC currently at 392, GME 32.50. Yeah, most of the markets been heading down a bit. We'll see how we open today. Pirate, any guesses? Are we going towards Spain, the Max Payne today on AMC and GME?
I don't even know what the Max Payne is. Is Max Payne still $30? Can't remember.
Give me a second. First, I wanna try something. Try to get some backup music in here, but why doesn't it? If anybody on stream can let me know if you hear any background music coming through. Not, I'll need to figure out what's stopping it.
No, it's coming through fine.
Oh, nice. So max pay on AMC is $4. Let's see, GME 30.5. So
30 and a half. So they've raised it a little bit. Yeah.
Just in case one of them hopes or something. Apparently we can use this to look for Spain.
I was just typing it into Google, but I got answers that were all over the place. I gave up. I'll be back in just a minute. I have to I'll fill out my buy ticket, my standard buy ticket for $30.48. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but it's been my tradition here lately. Get that filled out real quick. Well, there it is. I don't know if it's going to pull back that far, but I've been chasing that $30.48 for 2 weeks now. We'll see if it comes. Today's my lucky day.
If they're gonna push it down to max pay, which is 2 pennies away from that price, maybe they're gonna get to you too.
Yeah, if they overshoot the mark, if they oversell it and it falls a little bit below there, I might get a fill. To be honest, I thought today would be my best chance, to be honest with you.
Well, we don't know when we're gonna squeeze, so any day we don't squeeze, there's a decent chance. Welcome, buy and hold it. Malier, can you hear us any better? Turned up Discord for the highest volume I can. Squeezed a bit out of the microphone, I think.
Well, to be fair, I'm speaking kind of in muted tones. I'm trying not to wake up my entire house.
And I'm gonna turn you up a bit louder on my side, so if you speak the same, maybe it's gonna come through a bit louder.
I've said many times, my house, it echoes a lot, and I don't like to wake the missus up, so I try to speak as softly as I can early in the morning.
Thing is, we can once we upgrade your computer, we can try to look up for a condenser-based microphone for you, because then you can get really close to it, just whisper, and it's still gonna pick you up. So we can try to do it that way.
Yeah, there you go. Very nice. Very nice.
Had a quick listen to the stream. Looks like the music was a bit loud, so I turned it down just a bit. Let me know, guys, if you want it louder or whatever. Try to adjust. It's
You get a chance to see my sunrise picture this morning I put in General Preacher.
no, I didn't have a chance. Let me take a look. Ooh,
I woke up
that's
this morning.
nice.
Yeah, I was letting Diesel to go out to pee first thing in the morning, and I glanced over to the east, and it was about 45 seconds before the sun cracked the horizon.
Mm.
It looked pretty dramatic. Yes, I ran and got my iPad and took a quick picture. I get lots of sunset pictures, but I get very few of the sunrise. And then I treated myself. I stood there and watched the sun break the horizon and come completely up. It was pretty dramatic.
Yeah, I managed to catch it yesterday when I was driving back home after dropping my daughter, and it's quite a sight.
Yeah.
Like it happens every day of our lives, but how many times do we actually stop and look at it? And,
Yep. Most people go for years and never see a sunrise. Good morning, Mr. Claypool.
So yesterday, what you got from load 15 to load 32?
Yeah, we finished it yesterday.
Nice.
It's done. Well, I shouldn't say I finished it. We finished moving the concrete that was jackhammered up. So we are exactly halfway done with the project. Saturday, my son's going to go to the rental store and rent the jackhammer for Sunday again. And hopefully we will spend the weekend bringing up the rest of it, and then I'll have next week to finish moving the stone. And then all that remains for me to do is to snatch that old fiberglass tub out of the ground, and then I'm done. My participation is over. It's on somebody else after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saved quite a bit of money. I'm very proud of my son. He worked his ass off for me.
I hope you did let him know that as well.
Oh yeah, yep. And he tried to refuse payment, but I forced him. I made him let me pay him. This is beyond just helping out around the house a little bit. This is work that a contractor should have done, and I saved a great deal of money. So it's only fitting that he gets a little piece of that. I normally pay him around $20 an hour for helping me on real estate stuff, and we gave him a jackhammer bonus of $10, so he got $30 an hour to ride that thing. He was happy to do it. Yeah, thanks, Mom. Make no mistake about it, I didn't want to do it. I looked for every reason I could find to try to avoid it. We were going to change the design. I looked for all manner of loopholes, but there was no getting around it. For the job to be done properly, all that shit had to come out, and sometimes that's just the way it is. The missus was very pleased because she was concerned that I'd mix all that concrete in with the natural stone, and she was afraid it would ruin the aesthetics. But I was able to hide all that in various places around it. We had some pretty good holes underneath the handicap ramp that were at risk of erosion during a storm. So not only did I get rid of the concrete at no charge, but we got some real good erosion control out of it. So everybody's happy.
That's good to hear. By the way, for people on the stream, do you prefer to have the charts like this, like side to side vertically, or horizontally as we used to have it before?
I like the other way, but I don't really care either way.
I'm Donkey Kong. Apparently, I missed Real Rugged asking for a wrench the other day. I miss a lot of things. Like most of the time of the stream, I'm gone. Unfortunately, there's things that I need to do. So, yeah, just if you can remind me if he's gonna be around here, I'm here. Prefer horizontally by a large margin. Anybody else? Any opinions? So, I guess vertical is not a popular choice. I need to figure out how I did it, like how to get back to that. It used to be a menu over here at the top. It used to be chart, and I had an option, but now it's like order flow. No, comments, news, no. Like my understanding of this, it's just. Or actually, let's zoom in a bit more.
Yeah, there you go. That's better.
Now we need 5 minutes. Okay, so.
Mr. Claypool, Casey posted some stuff on Twitter this morning, about an hour ago, maybe a few minutes before he headed off to work. He had a few thoughts that he put on X. Check that out curious. Morning, Tom.
Symbol for gold, as it's not
AO is the
AO.
on the periodic table of
No,
elements.
like
It's
on
AO.
the market, the Nasdaq. Just wanna have it as a I'll look it up on the side.
I can't remember. I'm trying to think of what spot gold is. I think most of the time on the they just show it as gold, GOLD. But I might be wrong.
I think it's XAU.
Oh, that's it. You're right. Yep. That's what it is.
Ding ding ding. We start the day. Trench.
Yeah, Break Nation Sports. It was. I enjoyed our conversation a great deal. It was nice to have to be able to talk instead of communicating through chat. There's a lot of advantages to being in Discord. I would encourage everybody. I know it's a little intimidating if you're not familiar with it. I know it was for me. But once I had got over my anxieties and decided to dive in, it didn't take very long to familiarize myself with it. Discord is not. It's not unlike perhaps Facebook or some of the other platforms. But unlike Facebook, well, I don't know. I'm not a part of Facebook, but the voice channels and the voice rooms are particularly nice. If you get a few people together and you have conversation, it can get a little bit confusing at times with many people talking at once. But there's something nice about being able to hold a normal conversation as opposed to communicating via just a chat. The treasuries are still going up. 10 years, the one to watch. Getting perilously close to that 5%. Once it hits 5 and above, I think you're going to see some fireworks in the market. Yeah, the 10 years at 4.761, climbing. GameStop's fallen to 31.95. You hate candles for GameStop and AMC. Couldn't help notice I've been watching these fires. I'm obsessed with these fires in California. No, they said they had 30,000 people who need immediate housing. But wait for it. Here's the money shot. All of their emergency housing is full of illegal immigrants right now. Isn't that nice? So, once again, the chickens come home to roost for poor decision making.
By the way, sorry, but just see we have the low of the day. AMC was at 382, I think.
Yep, 381.
381. Yeah. I don't know how to move this to squeeze it sideways. Here, yeah, like this. Okay. Learning every day. Well, since the max pain is at 4 and we expect it to be at 4, you would be buying at an 18%, sorry, not 18%, but 18 cents discount right now compared to the end of the day. Well, the expected end of the day. What I believe we're seeing here is the usual attempt to shake some paper hands off. What are you munching on there?
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
That's okay.
Pulling the wrappers off of my my standard fare. One banana nut muffin, one blueberry muffin.
Nice.
They're rather small. They're They're little bitty things. Hardly call them a muffin anymore, but yeah.
So I'm gonna peel myself an orange here. If you're having a snack, I'm going with a snack as well.
Yeah. I took my allergy medicine. I hate to take it on an empty stomach, so if I don't, I'll be coughing into the microphone all day, sneezing.
But are you allergic to bullshit or crime? Which one's causing you?
Exactly.
Or both?
Both, yeah.
$40 on GME. They're really eager to push it down closer to that.
I'm gonna get my fill, man. $30.48.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my 6 shares.
Also,
and then
we
it's
also
gonna be
saw $3.79 on AMC. If anyone was sitting on the sideline, you know, waiting for a nice price at the end of the week, so get some more AMC, might be lucky.
Yep.
If I, for one, if I wouldn't have screwed myself out with my dentistry, I would have jumped at this. Unfortunately, we have to be adults and limit ourselves when the going gets rough. It is what it is. Those, unfortunately, those, what are they called? The super chats aren't coming in as strong and often as I was expecting them to, so. Okay, small rebound on both. Well, was small rebound on both AMC and GME. Again, two very related stocks that move in tandem, in unison, as we know. They have so many things in common. They're basically a brother and sister company. I heard from an unreliable source that sometimes Adam Aaron gets confused and goes into GME board meetings and just goes through with it.
And Ryan Cohen, they just flip a coin on who goes to what meeting.
A bit of variety helps in life, change things up. I'm actually not aware, because I see you. But Donkey Kong said, I just hope we're not heading to another RS. I believe that's reverse split. Magnet Bees said, I don't think RS will be needed, but let's see. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not aware of how many shares AA still has available to sell out of those that were voted in. So if anybody knows the number, feel free to share with the rest of the class.
New intraday low, 377. See.
Oh, that bounce is gonna look nice. Because almost religiously, when we get pushed down in the morning at open, there's always a nice bounce, so can't wait to see it. Take a look.
The Dow's in the red, the S&P, the NASDAQ, all of the major indices are in the red.
Nvidia's like 3% down. Citigroup 1.8% down. Goldman Sachs 1.8% down. HYMC, while comparing to the previous low, to the close, they're up 0.48%, but yeah, they were higher in the after hours, and there's a dip now at open as well for them. What Mullen, big dip, 15% down Mullen. I don't know. Well, I had a few shares here, but they got wiped when there was some reverse split and I didn't know about it, so that's why I still have it here. But yeah, Apple 1.5% down, Google 0.5% almost. EXIC, I'm not sure what this is, but 1.19% down. Yeah, AMC, basically it's 3.27 down, GME 3.40% down. Bitcoin's actually on the move up, it seems. Went from 93.5 almost to 94.5. So almost $1,000, well, from the low to the high. That happened in the last 15 minutes. Yeah. And let's see, gold is, well, gold had a bigger jump. Now it's still up 1.26% at $147, but it did jump up to 149.18. So looks like somebody is switching to gold. Did the music stop? Or
Nope, still playing for me.
for some reason I could barely hear it on my side. It's strange, it's a bit louder on the on the stream than I hear it for myself and the PC, which is not a problem, but yeah, just wasn't sure if anybody else is hearing OBS. Let me know if you hear any snoring sounds, because my popper is snoring at my feet. So if the microphone picks him up, then I'll mute myself or try to figure something out with noise suppression.
No, it can't be any more obtrusive than diesel drinking. Bitcoin's at 93,939. Fell below 94 again. I surprised her yesterday, Donkey Kong. I got up and there was no stock market on. I had a burst of energy, so I unloaded the dishwasher, put all the dishes away from the previous evening, reloaded the dishwasher, and ran it for her so that when she woke up, she didn't have to do all that. To say that I don't do that very often would be an understatement, but yeah, she was quite surprised by it. Yep, man. I try to pitch in once a year, twice a year. I did ask her once if she would like me to do that for her first thing in the morning. So she doesn't want to be disturbed with all the banging. Now, I'm not going to. Obviously, I'm not going to do it in the middle of the day while the markets are open. So she said no. She just as soon I'd leave it alone until she wakes up. I'm like, okay, that works for me. Yeah, Nana. Can you believe it? Yeah. I put away the silverware, all them cups, plates. Yeah. I was a regular ball of fire, man. $3.76. Another intraday low for AMC.
I'm feeling even
Could this be
guilty,
the
I
big?
would say, that I can't buy at these prices. Like it hurts. It physically hurts.
I've said many times recently, I'd like to see one big pullback, a capitulation, if you will, one final puke before it takes off the other direction. Maybe that's what we're seeing the beginning of. It's not really accompanied with enough volume yet to represent what I'm looking for, but the price action is.
Richard said, damn it, I bought early this morning in pre-market. I guess I'll have to buy again. Well, Richard, buy some for me as well, please. Nice. Thank you, Richard.
Sweet.
Yeah.
We had sustained gale force winds this morning, probably easily 25 knots. Got white caps out in the water. So although it appears for the moment this deep freeze is over with, it looks like we're going to get some nasty weather despite the increase in temperatures. Fortunately, I don't have to be outside any longer, at least not until Sunday. Morning audio.
Nice catch, Mike Claypool. Apparently you already have 3 million in volume on AMC within the first 25 minutes on the market. GME
Morning,
just
gentlemen.
over 2 million shares. Hey, morning audio. We need to... Okay. I guess audio had some technical issues. He just dropped.
VIX is at 19.31 and climbing, up almost 7% already this morning.
Thing is, like you pirate also said several times, that we expect on the after the 20th we're gonna see a big dump. MSM is probably gonna say, well, this is the market not trusting Trump's administration, or Trump as a president. That's how they're gonna brand it. I'm just curious, if everything dumps, does that mean that the collateral that the hedges hold will lose its value, so they will need to start closing position, maybe some margin calls?
That's the idea. Yeah, that's the whole idea.
Or it might be something like most of the market dumps except of the Mag 7, so that their collateral stays relatively intact. I don't know. But just curious what we're gonna see in the following months. With AMC, I don't see how they can dump it lower. People are gonna just jump in to buy it.
first thing you're going to see once those rates for the 10-year get above 5% treasuries, you're going to see money leave the stock market and go into bonds. That's going to cause a sell-off, and then there'll be a reduction in price from just that.
I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, new all-time low today. Well, daily low.
375. $372 for Amy. GameStop is at $31.56. All those people in California, they're getting ready to find out just how fucking crooked the insurance industry is. there's going to be an eye-opening experience for all those people in the Palisades to see just how evil fucking insurance corporations really are. I tell you. Yeah.
There was a meme earlier today about those houses, and there's like the top picture of a house, like a normal family house, nothing huge, nothing big, nothing fancy, $2 million, you know. The same house, but completely burned to the crisp, nothing standing, not one wall, like just like a front porch standing. 1.99 million, 999.999. So basically $1 less in price.
Yeah, they're gonna see how nice it is when they call up their insurance company, and they send an appraiser out or an adjuster. He writes everything up and says, he tells them, smiles, yeah, man, it's tragic, but you're covered, and we're gonna document all this. I just got to take some photographs, and they'll do all of that shit, and then they'll turn it in right about the time it takes the insurance company to write the check. Just magically, they'll change adjusters. They'll be like, Bob had to go, he got transferred to San Francisco. We had to turn all your stuff over to Jimmy. He's the new adjuster now. And then Jimmy will say, yeah, I got to come out and start over again. They did that to me 3 times. 3 fucking times they did it. Every time the guy would go through the entire process. And right when it come down to the exact part where the money goes from their hand to mine, they would magically start over again. After about the 3rd one, I just fucking went off. I told them I was going to hire a lawyer and sue their fucking eyes out, and it got real fucking nasty. But they're getting ready to see real quickly how the insurance companies work. Insurance is all about collecting premiums, not about paying out. And it's going to get real fucking nasty real fast out there. Nana says they canceled fire insurance 4 months ago for that area. Yeah, Nana, you can't cancel fire insurance for an entire area. But what you can do is, and what happened was, the insurance companies wanted to raise the rates. They said, listen, these houses are worth, $10 million. The amount of insurance that we're charging isn't high enough in the event for us to cover the losses. So we need to charge more. And the people said, well, yeah, we're not paying anymore. So one or two of the insurance companies said, well, that's fine. Then we're pulling out. We're not going to sell insurance in this area any longer. Not just fire, but anything. So what happens then is you have a state-run insurance. They have the same thing in Florida. If there's nobody else, they have a California insurance, but it's far more expensive. So there's a lot of disinformation going around on the X right now. A lot of it's silly shit. But anybody who has a loan on a house, if you have a mortgage, you have insurance. You signed on a dotted line saying that you would buy insurance that would make the bank whole if your house burns down. It's not about protecting you, it's about protecting your lender. And then there's people out there that says, well, they canceled those policies, or people didn't renew those policies. Well, when that happens, your bank, your lender, they buy a policy for you. It happens automatically. I mean, right off the bat, immediately. And it's expensive, and it's higher than what you normally pay. But it's just for this kind of an occasion. So when they say, well, Bob's house burnt down, the bank's like, we don't care, we have insurance on it. But all that insurance gets added to your house payment. When I say the bank, your mortgage holder buys insurance for you, no, they buy insurance for themselves, but you get the bill. It goes onto the balance of what you still owe on your house. So the only people who have exposure there's 2 classes. The people who don't have a house payment, they don't have a mortgage. So because they don't have a mortgage, there's no law that says they have to have insurance. And that's a rare person who will do that. Those people could be fucked. But the other ones, the more likely group that really gets the green weenie, are people who are underinsured. If it costs to build, like let's say it costs $5 million to replace your house in Palisades, but your house burns down and your policy was only for $1 million, well, they're going to hand you the $1 million, but you're not going to have enough money to rebuild there. Those are the people who are really screwed, the ones who are underinsured.
I'm just afraid that this might be a coordinated attempt, like there was in, where was it, in Maui, or not Hawaii, right? It was Maui with the fires.
Yeah, Lahaina, whatever.
So that, because that looked like too much like planted fires, and in an attempt to take over those lands at bottom prices are nothing. Limiting people access to help, limiting food, water, resources being brought in. So that, like, limiting the news, no drones allowed, no nothing. So I'm curious if we're going to see the same here. But there's people with a lot of money at play that are doing things, that are completely against their fellow humans.
Well, it's really shining a light on a lot of the policy decisions that they make that are so foolish in California. And, I feel sorry for the Californians, but you elect the captain of your ship. If you pick a captain of your ship and he sails you over the fucking Niagara Falls, you did that to yourself. And as an example, they've jumped all through all these hoops about saving that smelt, some sort of endangered species, little fish about the size of a sardine. And that was their justification for not wanting to build new reservoirs, to dam up rivers, to do all the sorts of things that would make water available. All of that shit was for a fucking little fish. And now entire communities have burned down and there's no water to even put the fire out. I'm like, well, how's that working out for you? How's all that fucking green dumb shit working out for you? So you're going to see a whole bunch of people in This is a possibility for California to flip its political leanings. At some point, people have got to say, our leaders are completely the opposite of what we want. And if they come to terms with that, you could have a wholesale change in the political climate in California, go back towards Republican conservative values, and get away from all this ridiculous shit that they go about. All the money that they spend on frivolous programs like DEI, gender fucking equality, and all this other stupid shit. And they don't even have enough fucking firefighting equipment to put out the fires that they know are coming.
Yeah.
They're like, the whole fucking community burned down because all of the fire hydrants ran dry. But don't worry, we got sardines. The sardines are doing good over in the fucking river. Fuck them sardines. Ask some people who the whole entire community's burned down because they didn't have enough fucking water to fight the fire. And I'm not saying that, it's not as simple as just the water, but I saw all kinds of shit where they canceled, they got a program where they go around and periodically you have to open fire hydrants to blow the sediment out and the rust and make sure that the valve body's not frozen. And they did away with all that maintenance money, but they'll still pour money into all this other ridiculous shit that they do. And this is the result of that. Yeah, Nana. She said James Woods on X said the insurance company canceled fire insurance. Exactly, Nana. They canceled the fire insurance because they couldn't raise the rates. I'm not saying they didn't cancel it. I'm just telling you why they canceled it. They canceled it because they said there's a fire coming and we're not going to be able to pay for the losses because you people aren't doing what you need to do to keep it safe from wildfires. And I'm not taking up for the insurance companies. I'm just telling you why the insurance companies pulled out. They pulled out because they couldn't raise the rates any higher. There were cap rates. So they said, well, fine, if you're not going to let me charge James Woods what we need so that we can be profitable, then we're just not going to do business here. So they packed up their shit and they left. And so James Woods is left with a house with no insurance on it. But what that means is James Woods has to go find another company, or he has to pay the government or the California insurance rates, or his lender will pay it for him. I don't think it's a setup, Nana. You need fire happens. See, the fire in California isn't the anomaly. They're like, oh my God, there's some weird stuff. There's a fire in California. It's not the case. Those hills in California would burn on a regular basis. They've been burning since caveman time. You have a dry, arid climate. You have a place that doesn't see rain for 6 and 8 months at a time. The sage broom and the sagebrush burns up. Same thing with prairie fires. It's happened. It's a regular cycle, just like volcanoes that erupt from time to time. Wildfires are nothing new to the planet. What's new is $1 million mansions built all over the fucking place in the areas that are known for wildfires, and then they don't take the effort to keep.
That's the thing.
It's like building a house at the bottom of a mountain, and then when you eventually get wiped out by an avalanche, say, oh my God, it was a conspiracy. The avalanche got my house. I'm like, no, dumbass. There's avalanches here all the time. You built a fucking house there. So when you build houses in a place that's known to have wildfires, you have two choices. Either mitigate for it, meaning you got to get rid of all the brush and keep all the trees away, all that stuff, or you got to be prepared to fight those fires once you let all that fuel build up. There's a reason why they do controlled burns. Under normal conditions, they have forestry management it's a career path. We have thousands of acres right here next to my house, and they burn every summer. Every single summer, they go out with 4-wheelers. They drive around with blowtorches, and they literally set hundreds of acres on fire at a time. And every once in a while, it gets away from them. It got away from them one time and put a whole street with like 20 houses in peril. They managed to fight it back. But the idea is that when you've got thousands and thousands of acres, you don't just let the fuel continue to build up for 20 years. You continually keep sections of it burned down so that it's deprived of the fuel source, so that when you do have an accidental fire that kicks off, it's limited to how far it can travel. There's a science behind all this. There's trained professionals. I mean, I wish our friend Petro, the fireman, was here. There's management. But what you can't do is let 20 years worth of brush and trees build up next to your subdivision and then act like it's a big fucking surprise when the subdivision burns down. Donkey Kong says some fire hydrants with no water doesn't help. Exactly. But I just disagree with you, Nana. It's not some giant conspiracy. It's not. Things happen in life. Tornadoes happen. Hurricanes happen. Volcanoes erupt. Our world is a living organism, and it's full of energy, and there's events.
Pirate, if I can, I think, because I think I saw Nana was referring to also what happened in Hawaii, and if you saw the satellite images of the fires starting, so fires in multiple locations starting at the same time, that thing was coordinated. So I don't know how it looks now, but what happened in Lahaina, that was coordinated.
But how would you go about keeping that a secret, preacher? I mean, it's not like one guy can do it. It's not like one guy. We went through it before.
9/11 fucking happened, which, well,
I know. And you still think it was a conspiracy, and I don't.
No.
9/11 happened because a bunch of guys from fucking Saudi Arabia decided to do it.
Well, Pirate, the same guys that were still alive back home and they were interviewed, the same guys. I mean, come on.
But my point was the Islamic Muslims did that, just like the suicide bombers. The same guys who run into Beirut. You know, when they take a van full of explosives and drive it into a hotel and kill a bunch of Marines in Beirut, it's not the Americans doing it. It was Muslims. That's their way of waging war. Just like the Vietnamese had their way of waging war. When you wage a guerrilla warfare, that's how you go about it.
Pirate, sorry, but like on this thing, you're just so.
I get
guys,
it. Yeah,
a guy that couldn't fly a Cessna, could fly a perfect circle and go down in the Pentagon, right? A guy that couldn't fucking fly a Cessna, he flew a 747 in a perfect circle and got it to grazing the grass to hit the Pentagon, right? Out of the 3 buildings, well, the 2 towers and the building number 7 or 8, what was it? The smaller building fell with no impact, no nothing happening next to it, right? The building, both towers fell at free fall speed. There's tens, if not hundreds, of people saying that they heard explosions. They heard boom, 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 as the building started going down. Like there's so much proof out there. The fact that you want to say that some people who have been found alive, so those people who supposedly hijacked the planes have been found alive back in their home.
Well, I don't see any proof of that. Just because stuff swirls on the internet doesn't mean it's factual.
Pirate, I gave you proof and you just didn't want to look at it. So I mean, we can't.
Well, I tore down buildings. I tore down buildings with cranes before, like physically myself. Not watched it. I've done it. And when you take a crane and you take a 3-ton wrecking ball and you start at the very top and you pound the attic in first, and then you pound the next floor, and then you pound the next floor. What happens is eventually all the weight isn't distributed properly anymore, and it starts to do a thing called pancaking.
Yeah.
And eventually the whole building will come straight down.
Yeah.
So I've tore down a lot of buildings, and what I saw there when the collapse of those buildings was in perfect keeping with what I saw since I was 8 years old tearing shit.
Pirate, like there's been interviews with professors of like engineering, you know, like the strength building. There's like videos of the tents, like how big those beams were, like, and those professors were saying even if the floors were to build, the metal core would be standing. Like what's
the goal to burn down California? What's the goal?
I'm not
Are
saying
we punishing,
that this is
are they punishing Democrats?
Again, I did not say that this is happening on purpose or whatever. What I said about the fires about Hawaii was that they all started at the same time. That's what I said.
What was the goal? What was the goal for Hawaii?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Have you heard anything about it since? Have you heard anything about it since? Why would the media be cut off from reporting over there?
Well, I think the media, I think the answer to your question is the media is like a 2-day memory cycle. They just want whatever's new and fresh.
No, like,
well, you asked my opinion. My opinion is that the news is just constantly looking for the next best story.
That's not the answer. Why they were not allowed? Right. The question is why they were not allowed. Not how long is their memory.
I wasn't in Hawaii. Like I said, you and I've talked about this before. I don't believe everything that somebody prints on the internet. So when somebody says they weren't allowed, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of how easily it can be deceptive on the internet. There's a video going around right now with a guy in those California fires who opens up his trunk and he throws a 5-gallon can, what looks like a fuel can, a gas can, off on the side of the road. And immediately everybody was losing their fucking minds that he was trying to make the fire grow. And it looked immediately to my wife and I like they were just carrying gas in the back of their car, and that they were heading into an area where you could see the fire was in front of them, and they probably panicked and said, we got to get this gas out of this car. But immediately everybody was like, this guy is trying to start fires and shit. And I'm like, just because somebody opens the trunk of their car, takes a 5-gallon red can out and throws it off the side of the road, they took it from that video to immediately this guy was an arsonist. And I'm like, man, they take shit and it's just a really tiny little photograph.
Okay.
And it can be interpreted to be 1,000 different things, and they're not always nefarious.
Okay. So, yeah, just because people freaked out at a video, everything that I or anybody else says is fake, because some people got like agitated of a video. You have interviews with the freaking, I don't know if it was the mayor or the chief of police, telling them to not report anything, to not record anything, and to just trust what they say and to not look into things. You have interviews with them saying this, right? I'm not talking
maybe America is under attack. Maybe the United States is under attack. Is this the new warfare? How come nobody's burning down Poland right now? Why? How come nobody's using direct energy weapons to burn down, I don't know, London? Why? If it's so is my country under attack? Is that what you're telling me? It's just the United States. Nobody else has got these magical burn down fires. It's not happening. Russia's not on fire. China's not on fire. Nobody else, just America. So is the logic then that we're under attack? This the new warfare? I don't know.
Back. I'm not saying US is under attack. Sorry, but you have you have lobbying, which is a thing. So that means the interest of a corporation or the interest of making money is above the interest of the people. That's already been there. It's a thing. It's decided. It's capitalism. Profit matters most. And if
only in Hawaii, though. I mean, why would they only target Hawaii? Why not target the Azores or the south of France or the French Riviera? I mean, Hawaii is not the only premium place.
If I would give you an answer, you don't care about it because you have an excuse, because you have a stupid video on the internet. So
no, I'm being genuine. I'm being genuine. Why only Hawaii? I just can't figure out why they would only want Hawaii.
Well, because that's what they were planning to do, where they were planning to build the first smart city of the US.
Oh.
Right? How do you build a new city? Right? What's a great way to do to reset a city? Infrastructure, everything, right?
Well, I can tell you from my knowledge in construction that it's cheaper to build new than it is to tear down old shit and rebuild it. Because when you build on raw land, you start fresh. Mm-hmm. When you want to go into, say, Lahaina, Hawaii, and rebuild, you double the expense because all of that demolition is incredibly expensive, fucking incredibly expensive. So I don't know why somebody would, if their idea was to start a utopian 10-minute city, why they wouldn't go to a place that has just raw land and do it.
That's not utopian, You want to build the first one into a very nice place, make it look really nice. It's surrounded by water. It's like looking very posh and nice, right? Because that's when you get people to accept it. Oh, look at that thing, how nice it looks. It must be good. Let's you start accepting it into your mind. Oh, I want that for myself. And then you get people into this 15-minute cities or whatever that are, you're not allowed to travel, you're not allowed to move anymore, who knows what, If you want people to buy into a bullshit, make that bullshit look really nice first of all, right? I don't know, Pirate. I don't have all the answers, you know. It's nothing against you, but I've seen the satellite images of those fires starting, and they all started at the same time. There's no way that I understand natural fires. I understand someone, you know, throws a glass bottle somewhere, and it like the sun hits it just the right way, and the fire starts. I can fully understand. You know, a cigarette butt, whatever. I can understand. But it's like all of them in different locations started at the same time, and it's clear.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks on the internet that think it's done by terrorists. It's a new form of terrorism. Just like if you were to poison somebody's water supply or any of the other things you can do to disrupt their lifestyle. You know, there's more than one ways to destroy a city. You can drop an atomic bomb on it like we did Nagasaki, or maybe somebody sent a bunch of military operatives into our country across our open borders with the sole purpose of just burning down the country. Maybe that's what we're seeing.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't have, you know, not claiming to have answers or things like this. Just sometimes, like, you can't trust that when things go insanely bad at the same time. It's a coincidence. That's why.
Well, if it's done intentionally, and it maybe these are all acts of arson. Maybe every bit of this was planned in concert with the high winds and everything. Then the question becomes, well, was it some giant corporation trying to do a land grab? Or is it one of our geopolitical foes from around the world who's waging a war against us? For instance, could this be Al-Qaeda? Is it possible that this is the Taliban? You know, is it possible? Yeah.
I don't know. Look, it might at the same time be just the results of greed and incompetence. So instead of, let's say, the heads of the fire departments and those that were in charge of taking, you know, like preemptive measures to avoid these fires, like the ones that we're talking about, you know, having controlled fires, you know, cleaning out this, basically the biofuel for fires, they didn't do it, or they were cutting resources. They were, you know, not storing the water that they should have stored. So it could also just be incompetence and laziness. Could also be that, I don't know.
Yep. I think that has a lot to do with it. Poor leadership, people that are ill-equipped, they're put in roles of leadership where they're not equipped to make decisions.
You just need to be
I think a lot of that
diverse.
has
You need, you know, DEI, you don't need to be competent, you need to be diverse enough. So just not white and male. Anything else but white male.
I see, you know, I know I've forgotten more about real estate than what the average bear will ever know. I don't understand this theory that goes around that tells people if a house burns down, they can grab your land. It doesn't work that way. We had a house on our farm burned down when I was 9 years old, 8 years old. Television exploded, caught the house on fire, burned half the house down on my family farm when I was just a child. When a house burns down, you don't lose your land. I don't understand how people are making this leap from there's a fire, people's houses burned down, so there's a land grab. I mean, I don't understand the jump from my house burned down to land grab, because nobody grabbed our house when our house burned down. Nobody grabbed our farm. I don't understand where all that comes from. I know it sounds good. I know it sounds real dramatic, and there's lots of, oh my God, they're grabbing the land
Can I
in Hawaii. I'm
give
like,
the reasoning? Because, you know, maybe the reason why they were blocking all help and resources from getting to them is to get people in such a desperate situation where they would be like, well, there's nothing for them there, there's no food, no nothing. And they would be like, well, I can either take the money that they give me and this will allow me to go somewhere else and buy a plot of land or a house or whatever, or I sit here next to the rubble of my old house. Maybe that was the plan. Maybe that's why they didn't want media. Maybe that's why they didn't allow food and water and any resources to be brought into Lahaina. Maybe. I don't know, but maybe, right? Because it was like they cut off that island from the rest of the world. You know, it's as if the internet disappeared. Anyone who wanted to help wasn't allowed. You know, the police, like, I'm still shocked, like the police was turning people back into the fire, as if to say, well, it's even better if you die here, because then it's going to be easier for, you know, like the land is even more easily available or whatever, right? I don't know, Pirate. I don't have the actual answer, but too many things are like have gone way too bad for this to be a coincidence. And you know, there's certain situations, and that's why 9/11 is one of them, where it's like it's too much shit doesn't make any sense for it to be a coincidence.
You guys want news or not?
Yeah, if you have anything, I'm up for it.
Okay. All right. Article on Thinkorswim real quick. Analyzing AMC's short interest of January 10th, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. AMC's short percent of the float has risen 7.31% since its last report. Company recently reported that it has 53.05 million shares sold short, which is 13.94% of all regular shares that are available for trading. It means basically 14% of all shares right now currently sold short. Based on that trading volume, based on current trading volume, it would take roughly 2.53 days to cover the short position. And I think that's about all. But it has risen.
Nice, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, because I was getting interrupted here by by my daughter. By what percentage, or by how many shares did it increase?
It's a short percent of the float has risen by 7.31%.
Okay.
So that, you know, basically 7.31% is pretty significant. So.
Johnson B Street said he watched the movie Always and liked it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, B Streets. I thought you would. Nana, let me ask you a question, Nana, about real estate. Let me ask you. Let's just say, for today's argument, that my house is paid for. I don't have any mortgage on it, none. You know, I live on the beach. If they want $1,000 a month insurance for my house, and I say, fuck you, I'm not paying that, it's too high, and my house burns to the ground, should tax dollars rebuild my house? Who should pay? If a hurricane blows my house away and I refuse to pay insurance for it, who's supposed to come in and rebuild my house? You? You want them to take your tax dollars to rebuild my beach house? How does that work? See, my point is, when you own a home, there's a possibility that lightning will strike it, earthquake will take it, a volcano will swallow it with lava. That's life. There's no getting around the world. So these companies have come up with products that said, listen, if you live in Hawaii, I'll sell you insurance, and if the lava burns your house down, we'll pay you what your house is worth. It's just a product. I think they're crooked, but my point is, if someone decides and says, listen, I'm not going to buy insurance on my house in Hawaii or Florida, I'm going to save that $1,000 a month and buy hot wings and beer with it, and you lose your house, whose responsibility is that? Morning, love.
Rugged, by the way, if you have a moment, drop a message in chat so I can give you a blue wrench. He's gone. Well, he's gone from Discord. Hopefully he can hear us. So yeah, thanks Badonkey Kong for the reminder. I need him to drop a message in here. I was actually checking earlier, but I didn't see anything from him.
No, Nana, I wasn't saying that you said, I was just you made a comment that said if they don't have fire insurance, most people can't afford to rebuild. And I'm like, okay, if you don't have fire insurance, then that's on you. I mean, again, if you own a home and a bolt of lightning from a thunderstorm burns it to the ground and you don't have insurance, that's the price you pay. You roll the dice saying that if my house gets struck by lightning and burns down, I'm just going to live with that because I'm not going to buy an insurance product. That was kind of what I was getting at. The problem with insurance companies is they want to sell insurance to everybody who's never going to make a claim. They want to sell insurance. They want to collect those premiums like they did for my poor dead uncle for 50 years and never make a claim on it because that's how they make their money. I hate insurance with every inch of my being, but I can't figure out the loophole to get around it. And if somebody can share that with me, I'll be tickled to death because I don't like the idea of giving an insurance man a check for my house when I know how hard it is to make a claim.
I don't know if you saw Nana's message. Like, what would you do if they would cancel your hurricane insurance?
What if they cancel your hurricane insurance? Then in Florida, they have a state insurance. When she says they, I think she's the insurance company. The only person who can cancel your insurance policy, let's get this clear, is your insurer. If you own State Farm Insurance, you have an agreement with them. It's a business deal. So there's not some magical guy who runs around and just cancels insurance. If you have an agreement with State Farm to give you hurricane insurance, you have a business agreement. If they break that agreement, then it's incumbent upon you to find another. If somebody stops selling you milk, what do? You go find somebody else who sells milk. Now, if nobody sells milk in Florida, and they've had this problem before, nobody wanted to sell insurance in Florida because they didn't want to pay the claims. So the state of Florida has a fallback insurance. It's incredibly expensive. Also, you have an insurance commission that's run by the state. This is why you have to have effective leadership. Your governor and the rest of them say, listen, you're going to sell people insurance on the beach, or we're not going to let you sell people insurance inland. We know you don't want to sell insurance on the beach because of hurricane, but you can't cherry pick. If you're going to sell insurance to the houses that are inland and that are quote unquote safe, then you're going to sell insurance to everybody. Then you get into, well, the caps and all that. So it's complicated. Insurance is a very complicated thing. But my point is, ultimately, it comes down to personal responsibility. I'm not a big government guy. If I want to go out in the middle of Montana and buy 10 acres and build and live in a tent, it's not my government's job to buy me a new tent if it burns down. That's kind of where I come from. But I'm a little government guy, and I don't want a nanny state. I don't want my government to swoop in and fix all of my problems. See, I don't think it's the government's role to provide safety for its citizens in the form of financial safety. I think that the government has an obligation to provide me with an army to make sure that China doesn't invade and subjugate me like they do the Uyghurs. But I don't think it's my government's role to ensure that I have adequate housing.
So
I think that falls upon me.
Sorry, because I don't know when to interrupt, because you just keep on going. So I don't mean to be rude. Just want to
do your thing, man.
So, because you mentioned, I actually wanted to ask you, what do you want to pay your taxes for? That you did mention army, so that kind of already points the question. But what should your government or your local I don't know, the mayor's office provide for the taxes you pay, right? And just to give you a hint of where I'm trying to direct this,
the bare minimum, the very bare minimum is my answer.
So they shouldn't be responsible for taking the necessary measurements to make sure that fires are constrained, like limited if they happen, or like to avoid them. Right? Is that something that should be in their scope or not?
No, I'm for fire. I'm for fire prevention. I think fire departments are a very a valuable resource. So I don't have any problem at all with taxes being spent on fire prevention.
Because when we talk taxes, I think you guys pay. I mean, even though the structure looks similar, it looks very different. I think you pay close to what we pay in Europe, right? So I can understand your point of view where you don't want your government to be responsible for replacing or rebuilding your house, right? But if they're at fault for not taking the necessary measures for fires to be avoided, then shouldn't they have some kind of responsibility because they didn't do their job, basically? I don't know if you understand the logic, or I'm just saying.
No, I understand it. I don't think, and it's complicated. You're right. Smarter people than me would have to sit down and decide how much responsibility is it for the government to keep you safe. No. If you build a house in Hawaii and you know goddamn good and well there's volcanoes in Hawaii, is it the government's fucking role to keep the volcano from swallowing your house? How the fuck does that work? At some point, if I want to buy a house and live at the bottom of the Alps, I know there's avalanches there. I think it's ridiculous for me to build a house at the bottom of the Alps and expect my government to guarantee that no fucking avalanche will get me. There's a reason why when just prior to the Industrial Revolution, nobody built houses along riverbanks. The wealthy people, let's take Pensacola, Florida, for instance. Nobody built down on the beach. You got to be a fucking moron to build there. All the wealthy people lived up on the high ground, the bluffs, the cliffs because it was immune to flooding. So, again, there was a time in this world where people understood, where you chose to build your home, you needed to consider the hazards of nature. And then that was where we went about that. But somewhere along the line, it became a thing of we can build wherever we want. You and your family want to live down by a creek in the bottom of a valley, you can do that. But nobody reminded them that, hey, about once every 50 years, this valley floods 20 feet deep. So a lot of this is, again, it comes down to how much role do you want your government to play. And I guess what it comes down to is I don't think it's the government's responsibility to step in and fix everything that happens in my life that's bad.
Yeah, not everything, but there should be some things that, well, by you paying taxes, they should kind of be responsible, right?
Yeah. Well, I meant to add that to you before. I'm not even for taxes. I hope they do away with taxes, preacher. There's a movement in the United States right now to do away with income tax. You know that, right?
Why do governments exist, right? What would governments be sucking if not your taxes?
Well, they're gonna try to. Trump wants to do tariffs. He wants to try to make business pay for. Well, let me tell you this. We didn't always have, and I don't know if you're familiar with our history. We didn't have income tax. You know that, right, preacher? Income tax is relatively new in the United States. We operated for years with no income tax, and they're talking about doing away with it again.
Yep.
See, we haven't had income tax since 1776. When we became a country, when we achieved our independence from Great Britain, we didn't have a tax. People just went about their business. Mm-hmm. We didn't start implementing taxes until we started waging wars. Taxes were a way to fight wars. Yeah. And so it's a relatively new thing. This whole thing of an income tax is new.
That's how you take money from the people and give it to your friends who have, like ammunition companies and, everything that can make money, that you can take taxes, give it to your people, to your friends who have companies that they have contracts with the government, and you get part of that money in your pocket, right? So that's why they want it. It's what governments do. That's why people want to be in politics. It's not most people that get there, not those that want to be, because there's people that want to do the right thing. They don't usually get given the chance to do the right thing. So those that usually end up there are those that are there to make money and to suck on people, to suck on the taxes that you pay. And it's not you. I'm not talking here only US, everywhere. But yeah, I mean, those that make the rules will always take advantage. It is what it is. I'm gonna step away for a bit. I'll try to join from my phone. I'm gonna go and walk the doggo for a bit, but I'll try to join on Discord from my phone.
Right on. Beautiful to let diesel out, go a little bit early, and I looked up the sky with fire, took the picture, second stick, sun cracked up over it, cool, and I got to watch the entire sunrise. Yeah, I got a beautiful trust. You didn't happen to be listening, preacher just walking his dog. Maybe fixing a hole on this side was enough. Alright. He just gave up. Lazy. Can't get into that one. I'm out of here. So I'll take the ladder down and put it away, and we'll wait and see if we hear any more.
Good morning, Pirate.
Very calm.
Pirate, got a question for you. Do you think that Russia has a reason to attack us?
You broke up a little bit. Say again.
Do you think Russia has reason to attack this country right now?
Fuck no. Fuck
think-
no. Russia's got their own. Russia doesn't have a need to attack us. They got their fucking hands full with a starving population, a floundering economy.
Let's change the wording. Do you think they have a reason to attack us?
Well, they certainly don't like the fact that for the meantime we have supported Ukraine. So yeah, they're not going to. But when you say attack us, do you mean like an open military attack? I mean, when you say attack,
I think that would be really stupid of them to do it outright. But I do think that low key, I would.
My answer is no. My answer to you is no. I don't see Putin doing that.
No. Man, I would be if I was a Russian citizen and I knew that American weapons were tearing my guys apart, and the only reason why my guys are still getting slaughtered was because of America, I'd have an axe to grind.
Yeah, stand by for a second. What was you saying? Trump got an unconditional discharge from that Judge Mnuchin for his trial. So that's breaking news.
Now, what's an unconditional discharge mean?
I think it just means like they're done. Everybody just quit. They just.
What's it like dropping the case?
I think what it means is that he's not going to get any kind of punishment. When it's discharged, it means they're done away with.
Okay.
That's the sentencing.
Is that considered a win? Or is he still considered a convicted felon?
Yeah.
But they're convicted.
Yeah, all they wanted was to be able to run around and say he's convicted. He was convicted.
Okay. So he can
So
still
they're
appeal.
like, conviction. Essentially, they're saying the conviction stands, but he's not going to get jail time or anything like that. It's one of these weird things of the law. I'm not a lawyer, but they're basically saying the conviction stands, but he's not going to get. They're not going to award him jail time or anything like that. Listen, this is a hostile judge. All they want to be able to do is go on CNBC and say, we have a felon as a president. We have a felon as. That's what this is all about. No more.
Okay, so I know he did go to the Supreme Court, and they basically shut him down, the president, and said, you got to wait for the ruling first, and now he can actually...
The ruling was today.
Yeah, so he can appeal this now. This can still be appealed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, now back to what we were talking about. You don't think Russia has good reason to try to retaliate against the U.S. covertly?
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he wants to go up against Trump. But there's always a covert war going on. There's always pushing back and forth. You know, we support Ukrainians. Russians support the Taliban. The Russians support the Taliban. So none of this is new. None of it's new. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Who's that preacher's back?
Yeah, he's on his mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the amount of Russians being killed right now with an actual hot war, and us supplying them, I could just see them covertly, sending some people over here to do some damage, little payback.
No, not with a new administration coming in.
Well, I'm talking. All the damage we're talking about now is still under Biden.
Yep.
Sleepy Joe.
You think for a minute? Let me ask you this: do you think that Trump is on good terms or bad terms with Putin?
I think it's kind of neutral right now.
Well, I would argue he's on good terms with Putin. I think Putin respected Trump. I think he was fearful of Trump in the same way that he was fearful of Reagan. But I can tell you this: he knows Trump's coming into office. So nobody's making any moves based on the Biden policies anymore. That's all done. If anything, Putin's probably aware that Trump wants to shut down the wars, and that means if everybody just stops where they're at right now, then maybe Putin will keep a piece of the Ukraine that he's taken. I don't know. Tindy says unconditional discharge means being released from a duty or obligation without any conditions attached. It can also mean being released from prison without any requirements to fulfill. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, why would that be applied to a case? If he wasn't discharged, I would understand if he was in the army or something like that. I think my English is not that to now understand this.
They're not.
Yeah, he's discharged from the charges. He's let go from the case, but there's no penalties involved. That's it. However,
Correct.
He does have that conviction on his record, which he will definitely appeal now through the Supreme Court.
And they'll lose it on appeal, and it'll all be over with. All of this was just about theater. No, they never believed it. Nobody believed for a fucking minute they were going to lock fucking Trump up in county jail. Only the most naive people ever thought that was going to happen.
They sure dreamed about it, though.
Well, they can fucking dream about fucking Barbie Benton, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. My point is, they wanted to be able to run. They want to be able to run around and say, "You guys are electing a criminal." This was for nothing more than, or deny to say you can't swear him into office because our Constitution says you're not allowed to elect a felon or something like that. But nobody thought for a fucking minute Trump was ever going to fucking jail. This was all meant to use against him politically.
Listen, Pirate, I think it all backfired because I think it actually just charged his base and other people that just seen that, they're just going after this guy, and it's wrong.
Exactly what happened. Yeah.
So it's probably what got him elected, and this stuff too will just fire up his base again. I don't know, for all the Star Wars fans out there, I think it was Obi-Wan Kenobi said, "If you strike me down, I'll only be even stronger." And I think that's exactly what happened with Trump. I'm excited. I think he's going to get a lot of things accomplished. I think he does have the mandate. Okay, guys, I'm signing off. I'll be listening.
See ya.
Yeah,
Give it
take care.
guy we fooled with on here saying he called Baby UFO. He lives in Hawaii. He used the same tile that we used on our front steps and porch in his house. Coming down our new downspout. His metal roof still flopping.
Are we looking for that's slowly heading up, or?
No. AMC is chattering at a perfect barcode at 381. And GameStop's at 31.79. Just hit 31.62 or something, and now it's moving back up a little bit. Mrs. Pryor told me last night that they have an exclusion on my insurance policy for sinkholes. You know, Florida is known because of the limestone caves, and there's periodically there's houses that just get swallowed up. They just fall into a sinkhole. So that's one of the things my house is not covered for. And I think they have an exclusion in my policy for war. If war breaks out in the United States and my house gets destroyed because of the war, they won't pay me a dime. So if I want insurance for war, I have to go buy a rider policy. Or if I want insurance for sinkholes, we have to buy a standalone policy.
I mean, so with the exclusion for war, you said that if your house is destroyed by by an act of war or something like that?
Yeah, if war breaks out here and there's a big combat zone and the tanks are shooting at each other and missiles are flying, if an atomic bomb goes off in my neighborhood and flattens my house and I'm not here, I don't get paid. Nothing.
Because I was thinking
Zero.
if it's just about the state of war, I mean, U.S. is almost constantly at war, so I was just making sure that they can't use that to say, well, you know, we're at war, so
No.
cause excludes you from
No, we had a rather large insurance claim this year. It's the only the second time in my life that I've had to fool with my insurance companies. Once was over 25 years ago, and now this one. And yep. There's going to be fortunes, and I mean hundreds of millions of dollars is going to change hands in California. They said this will be the costliest fire in American history. I think I seen numbers, it was in the billions in losses. But not talking about the losses, I'm just talking about going forward with demolition, cleanup, just the list is as long as your arm. There will be it'll be a wild business environment out there for years to come. Landfills, all of that has to be cleaned up, scooped up, just like my little concrete. You saw my little tiny concrete job I've been sharing with you guys here. There are going to be excavators with jackhammers attached to them that have to jackhammer up all that concrete, at least the stuff that's on the surface. You can leave what's underground there and let the next person who builds deal with it. But even if you want to go in tomorrow and rebuild your house on your oceanfront property, step one is exactly what I'm doing here. You got to pull all the old shit out, because even though it looks like it's not busted up, that high heat destroys that concrete. It's no longer serviceable. So there's going to be the amount of construction equipment that's going to go to work out there is going to be breathtaking.
It's you know, if we're talking about those people that have a summer house over there, or it's one of the many houses, and don't really care about them that much. But those that lost their livelihood in the fires, that's the people that I'm really feeling sorry about, and that will get hit the worst.
Truck drivers will be at a premium. All of that stuff has to be loaded. Material handling is always a nightmare. It's a big part of any kind of development. So all that stuff has to be loaded on trucks, and you can only carry 18 tons at a time. 20 tons is the max. Federal law, you can't put any more. So all you can imagine at 20 tons at a time, how many trips are going to have to be made to the landfill to take all of that. It's going to be incredible. There's going to be it'll be like the Wild West of economies for a while. Can you imagine how many insurance adjusters it's going to take? Every single claim, each individual house has to have a insurance adjuster come out, photograph, interview people. The homeowners have to fill out all the paperwork, and they have to make a claim for what their contents were, because your contents is different than your structure. If they give you $1 million for the house, there's a separate part of the policy for the furniture, the dishes, your clothes, all of that. And all of that's got to be done. So I would imagine, they were already short-handed when it came to insurance adjusters. It'll be interesting to see how long the waiting list becomes before people can even get somebody to respond to their house. Meanwhile, there's I think they said 30,000 people so far have been displaced. None of them have a place to go because they've got all the illegal immigrants have filled up, all the emergency housing or whatever was in place. Obviously, whatever housing that they had available for emergency use would have never been enough to fill this need anyhow. But it's further compounded by the fact that it's all full. They let the immigrants just have all of it. So they got a real problem on their hands. I don't know how that'll play out. The surrounding communities, you'll see a rise in rates for rentals, because anytime you got 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 people looking for temporary housing rentals, they're not going to lower the rates for them. It's going to be wild. Yeah, Tindy says, how about tonight? Well, most people, attendees who own a $10 million home have options. And I'm not saying that everybody whose house burnt at $10 million, but the Palisades isn't exactly, the poor part of town. So initially they're going to go to hotels. I mean, that's where I would go. My house just burned to the ground. I load up my dog, my cats, and my wife and kids, and we go to Holiday Inn somewhere. You stay there for a week or two just until you figure out where you're going. Then a lot of them are going to probably, same place anybody would go. You go to family members, cohabitate, go see your mom and dad, aunts, uncles. And all of it is just temporary until they find out, where they're going to go. Disruptive. Think the children, schools, historical event.
Hey, Pirate. Wrong. It snowed.
Looks very picturesque.
Pretty cool, huh?
Very nice.
I think it's about an inch. They called me to go flying, but I wasn't going to get up that early. I think I'm going to flights later. The dog does not want to go on the snow and pee. I'd say an inch. Just looking at the footprints. Mostly slushy.
Yep.
I woke up at 5:45 because that's usually when the cat wants to eat. I took the dog to go pee once a month, and everything was completely clean for the last couple hours.
From the looks of those gray skies, you may have some more precipitation to follow.
Yeah, I think it's going to. Yeah. Looking cool though, huh? Drive down to the airport. I gotta go back inside and start a fire. I'll talk to you guys later.
Right on,
Did
man.
you say that you're starting a fire? Did he just say that he's going to start a fire? What?
Carpet snapping. Your plastic carpet pops. I'm sorry, Preacher, what was that?
I thought I heard JJ saying that he's going to start a fire.
In his fireplace. Yeah, I think the CEO this morning, Donkey Kong, made an announcement that Delta was going to have break their all-time record for business this year. I saw that on the news this morning. So they're going to have the best year they've had in the entire history of that airline. So a lot of people found that bullish, I guess. Attendees was asking where those people sleep tonight. You know, when we lost our home years ago to a hurricane, we slept in an RV. We were fortunate enough that we had a camper. It wasn't an RV, it was actually a fifth wheel I pulled behind my dually. But we lived in that for the better part of 6 months. You're going to see a lot of that. You'll see people, they'll take their initial insurance money and they'll go straight out and just buy an RV. And a lot of those people will park the RV at their property that they have and live in it there. The ones who are able to make, you know, repairs and stuff. So you'll see a lot of people will, as opposed to, it's interesting. If you look at most people, you should sit down if you're a homeowner and review your insurance policy. You need to know what you're entitled to. I spoke about this once on KC's channel. When you get burned out of your house, a lot of policies give you an allowance for housing. So if like your house payment was $2,000 a month and your house is burned down, they will allow you like $2,000 a month to go rent off the local economy. And you can do that, you know, while your claim is, there's limits on how long, but a lot of times, you know, instead of going and just using that money to stay at a hotel, people will say, well, I'm just going to buy a real nice RV It's not as luxurious as a hotel room, but in the end, we'll own the RV. So you'll see a lot of that. You'll see a lot of folks buy RVs to live in. And I'll tell you what else you're going to see. You'll see you'll see a real estate spike because a lot of folks are going to buy a temporary house. These people are millionaires now. These people aren't without means. So a lot of them will go, and they'll go into a surrounding community or even a different state altogether. I knew people who lost a house in Florida, and they moved to Atlanta for a while, up where JJ lives. They just bought a modest home in Atlanta, and they lived there while they went about rebuilding in Florida. So a lot of times they'll go buy something with the full knowledge that they're not going to live there for the rest of their days. It's just going to be a temporary house. But you'll see a spike in purchases in the surrounding areas. He's gone though. On your say-so alone, he's gone real rugged. Geoff Jolly was here about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he was up to a particularly nasty piece of work. And I hadn't forgotten him. His name is Unique, and I remember him from then. I wasn't going to ban him because I thought, maybe he's just going to come in and play nice, but he's gone. Say no more. Attendees, I'm assuming that everybody here has enough intellectual brain power to know that it's not all rich people, and nor did I imply that it was all rich people. But I think you would agree that Palisades is made up largely of well-to-do people. You want to compare attendees? You want to compare Palisades to, like, I don't know, fucking Appalachia? Come on, dude. I mean, I'm talking in broad terms here now, not specifics. I'm just saying, if you look at the Palisades area and let's just say average income and average house worth, compare that to Eastern Kentucky or wherever the fucking hurricane went through. You're not dealing with the same type of people. Where would you go, attendees, if your house got struck by lightning? My wife and I was having pizza one time at a custom pizza place. Really nice pizzeria here. And lightning struck the house that was across the street. We watched the lightning bolt hit. We could hear it. It shook the pizzeria. And we watched the house burn halfway to the ground before the fire department got there. If a lightning bolt were to hit your house, attendees, where would you go? If your house burned to the ground right now, where would you go sleep? I think I would argue that most people in all walks of life, whether they're poor or rich, everybody knows someone they can reach out to in their time of need, even if it's just for a night or two, to get people out of the weather until they can figure out what's going to happen. I don't know of any instances where people are 100% devoid of anybody in their life who will lend them a helping hand. Again, attendees, I understand it was more than the Palisades that burned. That's not what I'm talking about. What's your point, attendees? It sounds like you want to fight, so I'll fucking fight with you. What's your point? You still didn't answer my question, attendees. If your house burns down right now, where are you going? going tonight. But it is comparable, Tendies. I mean, I'm just talking about where does one go? Where do people go when disaster strikes? When a tornado goes through Batavia, Ohio in 1972, and I watched it wipe out entire subdivisions. Where did those people go? They didn't just sleep out in the fucking rain in front of their destroyed house. 1972, there was one of the largest tornado outbreaks that's hit the North American continent in ages. And it ripped a brand new double-wide asshole in the whole state of Ohio. Where did those people go that night? The ones who survived, the ones that lived, where did they all go? I guess my point is, if you lose your house, you pack up and go somewhere. You just don't sleep out in the yard. You pack up and go. Whether it's a tornado that takes out 300 houses, or a fire that takes out 30,000, they have to go somewhere. Whether that's friends and family, that's usually the first place that people are going to reach out to is family. Even if you don't have any immediate family, brothers and sisters, most people have cousins and somebody else that they can reach out to come stay for a night or two. Beyond that, you've got communities. People have a social network, your friends. I'd like to think that most people have at least one person in their life that if their house burned to the ground, they could say, listen, I'm outdoors with my wife and 2 kids. I need a place to go. Can you make room for me, in your living room for a few days? And I know all of the people that I associate with would welcome you with open arms. I'll give you an example. We had a house burned down 4 doors from us, about 5 years ago. The house burned to the fucking ground in the middle of the night, and the guy just moved in with his neighbor. They weren't even really friends, so the neighbor just took him in. And I think they stayed with him for the better part of a week or 2 before the guy, finally moved on. So, I guess
we had the guy whose house burned down. They were lucky their dog woke up and woke them up. It happened during the night. And we because my sister-in-law is currently living nearby here, so we cleared her out of her place and she moved in with her parents. And they stayed there until they got back on their feet. Yeah, that's how you do things.
do me a favor, man. Preacher, take my wrench away and give it to Real Rugged. He's losing his motherfucking mind because he doesn't have a wrench.
Last time when I was,
he's in chat.
Yeah, good.
Apparently, I mean, fucking everybody's all up in arms. I don't get it. But
sorry, because earlier when I was when Real Rugged was on Discord, I wanted to ask him to drop a message, but he disappeared almost instantly, and then he wasn't checking the screen.
I don't know, he might be working. He might be at work where he can't talk. But I don't know.
Just that I was away until like a minute ago, so wasn't really keeping an eye on the stream. Now, Real Rugged, you can start banning everyone, I think.
There you go. All is right with the world. Real Rugged's got his ranch. There'll be peace in the valley now.
All the hedges will be screwed now.
Attendees, where did everybody from the Carolinas go? All those people that got wiped out up there. I've read that a lot of them are still staying in tents and roughing it. That's incredible, as cold as it is, but that wasn't just one house getting struck by lightning. Where did all those people go from that hurricane that flooded out the Carolinas? Where are they staying at? I know a lot of them stayed in hotels. How long will they live in a hotel? Anybody's guess, I would imagine. But I would argue that a lot of those people have moved on, to other temporary housing, until they can go about rebuilding their homes or buying a mobile home or buying a camper or something. Real Rugged being pissy. What are you being pissy for, Rugged? If it wasn't for me, you still wouldn't have your fucking wrench. Nobody else got it done for you. I opened my mouth and you got your wrench, and now you're going to fight with me? God damn, dude. All you got to say was thanks. And everybody's pissy today, man. Everybody, is everybody's panties in a wad? Is everybody anxiety ridden? What's going on? Cindy says, West North Carolina FEMA vouchers run out today. FEMA offices closed because of snow. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the point I was trying to make is the options are pretty limited. Either people need to buy some sort of a camper type RV thing to put on property that they own to give them a place to get out of the rain until they hire a contractor to use their insurance money to build a new house, or they take their insurance money and go buy something somewhere else, a used house, or they go somewhere and rent something in a neighboring community. But I don't know that living in a hotel for extended periods of time is is a viable option for most people. For one thing, the government starts picking up the tab. The hotel owners, they price gouge the fuck out of FEMA. But more importantly, I guess it's kind of like when the immigrants come here and they don't have a place to live and they put the immigrants in the Holiday Inn. How long should an immigrant be entitled to live in Holiday Inn at the taxpayer's expense before they got to go out and find themselves a domicile? I could tell you FEMA came to my house. They knocked on my door with their clipboard and their little fucking ID card hanging around their neck. And they asked, the first question out of his mouth is, do you have insurance? And I said, yes. And he said, well, then there's nothing we can do for you. And I said, why? And he said, we're here to help people who didn't have insurance. I said, so you're telling me if I didn't have insurance, you would cut me a check from the government? He said, yes. So chew on that for a minute. So the people who pay insurance and play by the rules, they don't get the government check handout. If I told people, fuck off, I'm not buying insurance, I'll take me chances, and I fuck up and my house gets blown away by the hurricane, and he comes up and he says, do you have insurance? And I'll be like, no, I spent that insurance money on jet skis and fucking cocaine. They'd be like, oh, okay, well then we can help you. So how does that encourage people to buy insurance and take care of their own business? Why would any normal person buy insurance if they knew that all they got to do is run to FEMA when it's over with? That's just how they treated me. I don't know, maybe it's not that way everywhere. But the fucking guy looks me straight in the face and says, do you have insurance? And I go, yeah, I pay a fucking fortune every month. And he's like, we're done here. And I'm like, this is some fucking bullshit. But I'm just telling you, that's the rules of the game as it's currently set up. I'm not smart enough to decide whether it's immoral or moral. I'm just telling you that's how it works right now. People say, well, you shouldn't build a house on the beach because the hurricane could take it away. I'm like, well, how about if I buy insurance? I'm like, okay. Well, what if I don't buy insurance, but then FEMA pays for it for me? Are you cool with that? Well, they're like, fuck no, that's a ripoff. What's the difference between a forest fire and a hurricane? Disaster is a disaster. So I guess what it comes down to is, should people be forced to buy insurance? I mean, it's complicated as fuck. I don't think there's an easy button way out of it.
Petro, nothing much, just chilling around a bit.
Get you. See, Van, you just hit the nail on the head. He says it sucks to be a middle-class, responsible citizen in the United States. Exactly, Van. That's the guy who gets fucked in the ass. It's not the rich or the wealthy. It's not the poor. Poor get taken care of. It's the fucking guy in the middle. That fucking dude who's a wage slave, who works fucking 50 hours a week, gets his paycheck raped in taxes. That's the dude in the middle that really gets crushed. He did. Preacher, my wheelbarrow finally gave up the ghost yesterday. It was the second to last trip, and it finally, I broke the back on it. The wooden handles that go down, they busted completely off from the wheel. The axle broke loose. The tub that sits on top already had 6 or 7 giant cracks in it where you couldn't carry sand any longer. But I've had that wheelbarrow for about 22 years, and I fixed that tire the beginning of this job, and I got to give it credit. It finally, so I got bragging rights, man. I could say I wore out a brand new wheelbarrow. I got 22 years out of it. Mrs. Pirate immediately went to the internet and found that Lowe's or Home Depot has $179. I get a brand new double wheel wheelbarrow, and this time I'm getting the upgrade with run flat tires, the airless tires on them. I don't have to ever worry about flat tires. So I thought that's a metaphor for my life. I'm 59 years old, and I still get excited over a brand new wheelbarrow. More importantly, I have the bragging rights that I wore out a wheelbarrow. I think that's worth something.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I was always afraid when breaking tools, but I've broken rakes, I've broken shovel, I've broken. I don't know how they're called. There's this thing that, well, we use it for removing nails. It's like a pliers, but the mouth is like a two letter C's, so they meet right at the tip.
Yep.
You use it to pull out nails. I broke the handles on one of those, like a really sturdy one, and I just squeezed it so hard the handle just broke. One of the arms gave up.
Nice. Yep, I like it.
I broke a pair of pliers as well, the same way. Just I was squeezing it and it just gave up. But yeah, as luck would have it, all of those were not mine. I was like helping out people, and it wasn't done on purpose or anything, but I didn't like that I was breaking their tools.
Well, tool abuse is one thing, but just wearing one out from extended use, that's acceptable. I'm right-handed, so I always wear out the right-handed work glove first. Back at the farm, I used to take the left-handed glove. Once the right-handed one wore out, I'd need a new pair of gloves. So I ended up with like dozens and dozens of left-handed gloves that were still in good shape. And I would just take a nail and nail them up to the wall, in the barn, like a decoration. It was kind of like a badge of honor. Say, well, that's what it takes to keep this farm running. All those gloves up on the wall. Like a piece.
Be right back.
Yeah, man. Yo, Van, I'm familiar with the power wheelbarrows. I'm familiar with the price tag on those bastards too. You got a piece of bacon and a piece of spam. I believe he didn't go get a drink. All that salty shit.
Back. More
Good.
sideways action. More of the same.
Attacks All Churches has a question. It says, has anyone here ever known a hardcore AMC ape who was a Democrat and not a Republican? Or there is no such animal? Churches, I can tell you, there are more than a few. I wouldn't hazard a guess as to what the ratio is, but there are certainly many, many Democrats who hold AMC and consider themselves apes. I'm an open book when it comes to my politics, well, almost everything in my life. But I've had numerous heated debates with well-respected apes, both from the United States and abroad. But as far as American politics and Democrats go, yeah, I've had many heated debates over things like unions, mandatory pay, workers' rights, housing, you name it. All of the typical incendiary topics. I've locked horns with many of them. And although they didn't come out and declare themselves Democrats, where I didn't come out and declare, no one's asked to divulge their political affiliation. It was obvious, by the stances that they held, that a lot of their ideas were in keeping with the ideologies from the left. So yeah, I would say there's many.
I mean, we even have apes that think the world is flat, so.
Yeah, there you go. Real Rugged made mention that something about needing backup streams. I can tell you, Rugged, I'm about done streaming myself. It's a thankless job. It's incredibly intrusive on your lifestyle. It's burdensome to the person who has to do it. And quite frankly, I don't even know that it's necessary. I've realized that we have Discords, plenty of Discords for people to get together. Anybody that wants to socialize easily can find one another. This thing with AMC, in my mind, is going to wrap up here in the next couple months. One way or another, for me, I'm going to be done focusing on it day to day, 8 hours a day. It's time I go back, focus on other things in my life that are more important. But as far as I'm concerned, my streaming days are just about over with. I did my part to try to hold something together there for a while, but quite frankly, I don't think it makes a difference. We've never seen the level of participation. I thought that people might clamor for a place to come together and socialize, but based on the numbers that I've seen, whether it's Papa Mac or myself or even preachers here, there doesn't seem to be that sort of a demand. Apparently, whatever it was that KC provided, whether it was the Vortex numbers or off exchange data or whatever those large groups of people were gathering for, they don't find it in our stream. And I'm okay with that. I didn't come here to be stream famous or anything like that, but I'm not about spending my time and efforts on something that doesn't bear fruit. You got 8-10 people in the Discord and 16 in the live stream. It seems a bit onerous for somebody to have to put out that kind of effort and be saddled with the responsibility of running a stream when there's so little participation. So you won't have to worry about me pressing you into service, I can tell you that. I've said it for 4 years. I just want to hang out with the fellas, tell jokes, talk shit. I don't care if there's a chart up or not. I don't care if there's Ortex or not. And it seems to me that Discord is more than adequate for a gathering place. Anybody who can find a YouTube video can find the Discord. So I'm kind of coming around to that way of thinking. Anybody else streams, I'll be supportive and participate to the extent that I always have, but I've pretty much decided I'm not going to fool with it any longer. Yeah, I'm not interested in building a following Break Nation. I was interested in continuity, making sure that the same people who got together and enjoyed each other's company were still able to do that. So that was where I was from. I had no desire to build any sort of following. There was already a group of people there who participated, and I just thought it was important that they have some place to gather in his absence. But it would appear to me that Discord is more than adequate for that.
Yeah, the thing is, well, with Casey, he was able to give us numbers. He was looking for the news. There was always something, like he was.
Yep. It's a Herculean effort. Until somebody tries to do it themselves, they'll never know. Pick up a microphone, go live, start a stream, and try to entertain people for 8 hours a day and see how it works. I'll tell you this, it's a hell of a lot harder than what it looks like. No, thank you, but thank you very much, honey. Sweet of you to offer. Diesel, you better get in here and lay down. Naye says, I think after it hits, we all have other things to do. See, I can't speak for others, Naye, but I have other things to do right now. It's just, for the time being, this was the most pleasurable for me. And I've achieved a lifestyle that allows me to do pretty much what I want when I want. So I come and participated out of the enjoyment aspect of it. The very moment something else becomes more enjoyable for me, then that'll be the end of it. Doesn't look like I'm going to get that $30 fill today.
They're afraid. They're afraid you're going to get too much. You're enjoying yourself a bit. So.
GameStop is creeping up. That's good. Yeah, Break Nation says, I think you'll want to chat it up with the fellows from time to time. Absolutely, Break Nation, and that's what Discord's for. Just like my son, he gathers with his friends, his gaming buddies, and all that. I don't think I'm going to have to. It just dawned upon me that I don't have to run a live chat in order to communicate with the people that I enjoy spending time with.
The likes are still being removed from the Bret Harrison movie, like the video of him admitting that the stocks they had were backed 1-to-1. So,
That's crazy.
the FTX guy.
Yeah. Yeah, John said there's a lot of supports to break through to get to 30. Yep, I get it, John. It may never fill, and that's okay. I just get 6 shares at 48. Whereas if I capitulate, if I cave in and buy now, I only get 5 with a little bit of dry powder that's remaining. So it gives me something fun to do. My world won't collapse if I don't get those last 5 shares. We'll see. Clock is ticking. Like somebody pointed out earlier, we got 10 days until Trump takes his oath of office, January 20th. I expected to see more happening now with his impending inauguration. I was kind of hopeful that they wouldn't wait, that maybe we'd see something earlier. Every day that goes past that we see no change, I get a little more concerned.
Thing is, these people know fuckery, like they've known and done fuckery all their lives. So whatever you can imagine, they're still gonna be able to overdo it.
Better there than on the floor.
Ooh, wait. Is Den of Thieves is out? That was a good movie, the first one. So apparently Den of Thieves 2 is out. I saw, well, it's an ex post, but it says arson suspect arrested yesterday had 6 cell phones and a United Nations prepaid debit card on him. That tells you everything.
Yeah.
Oh god, then here we have another guy who's taking advantage of situations. So I saw today that the guy Andrew Tate, apparently he's creating or created a party in UK, and he wants to
run for prime minister. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, this guy, all he knows is to take advantage of people and like weaknesses and things like this. So he saw probably a vacuum of well, power and masculinity, as everything's about DEI and like, as long as you speak out, the police is gonna probably put you in jail or whatever. So he's like, well, people are enraged, so let me jump on that bandwagon and take advantage of their anger and like try to profit myself. Like, this guy, I would even say he's part of the problem, like he's made his money out of this hot call lines or whatever, where you call and like talk to girls, or like you have live streams or live cams or whatever, right? So I don't know, I'm not saying he had any underage girls, because there's no way I would know that, but he made his fortune out of, by, in a way, well, not abusing, but basically taking advantage of women who...
OnlyFans kind of shit.
Yeah, exactly. And now he's gonna use the rage that people have against, well, the police there and the politicians basically protecting rape gangs, the Muslim rape gangs, right? And he's gonna jump on the bandwagon as if he's a big savior of women, when he's made his money with women getting I'm assuming getting naked in front of...
Exploiting.
I don't know, it's people like these who are just looking for opportunities and, just being fake. That just pisses me off.
Well, it happens a lot in the United States too, especially with the celebrities. That's how you end up with like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was a movie star and a Mr. Olympics. He used his celebrity to get political power. He was married to Maria Shriver, which she's of the Kennedy dynasty. So he had that going for him too. But it's not uncommon for famous people to try to use their celebrity to get into politics.
No, I
happens all the time.
can understand celebrities, but this guy, what is he famous for?
He's a celebrity. He's an internet celebrity.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yaka's complaining that we're too loud. I don't know, Yaka, don't you have like a volume button or anything? You can address that situation.
I don't know how Andrew Tate got his money. I'll take you at your word. I don't have any reason to doubt you, and I've heard similar stories. I think that his notoriety, his celebrity, has come from, he has tapped into the anger of young, disenfranchised young men.
Oh, yeah.
This whole need to emasculate young men and vilify specifically, men as being part of the world's woes, and this whole effort is partly brought about by the feminist movement, and it's also been enjoined with the LGBTQ crowd and all that, where everybody wants to point to white men specifically as the big problem, or men in general. But I think he's tapped into that, And there's a same way in Jordan Peterson. I'm a big fan of Jordan Peterson. I think he's arguably one of the smartest people in the public sphere, along with Victor David Hanson. They understand those guys. They see, you know, what a lot of people miss, you know, as far as these young men from, you know, 17 to 35 who are getting shit on by society.
Yeah, yeah. Now look, with Peterson, I mostly agree, and I also appreciate him as an intellect. But Andrew Tate, I mean, he's a good manipulator. He knows what to say to get people enraged,
I agree.
and then to get them to agree with him. But there's videos of him, and you can look them up if you really want to. Like if people are gonna tell me he's a decent man or whatever, there's a video of him bragging, not admitting, not just saying it, bragging that he would disconnect the keyboard from his call girls or whatever, you know, the girls that were streaming online, and he would, you know, connect his keyboard and he would talk to guys, make them give him all the money they had. He was basically laughingly bragging that simps,
like a con artist.
Yeah, he would make guys give him all the money they had, like, or they would go into debt to give him money, and he was proud of this, right? Basically, he was writing to guys while they were probably jacking off, so he was in a way helping guys masturbate, and then just to get their money, right? And that's a guy with a spine that I should trust. And then there's if anybody's interested, if you look into CoffeeZilla, he made CoffeeZilla is a really nice. It's a guy who's just looking into bigger topics, and he's doing more like in-depth investigations into different areas. He looked into the Hustlers Academy, something like that, because this Andrew Tate has, of course, an academy that you can go sign up into, and he's going to teach you how to make money and how to become an alpha or a sigma or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Basically, you pay him like $50 a month. You get like a list of online trainings, so trainings that you can just Google online by yourself, right? And he's gonna, you know, tell you do that. And if you follow those trainings and you learn from them and you fail to make money, it's because you haven't tried enough, and you probably need to pay for a higher tier, and it's just your fault, right? And if you try to exit, they're like gaslighting people, and they're just basically shaming them that if you want to quit, it means you're good for nothing and whatever, and they don't want you back. And it's insane, the amount of manipulation that this guy does. It's worse than I've seen any woman do in my life, right? So no, I mean, yes, he can make a point. He's a smart guy, but he's a very manipulative guy, and he's only looking for his own self-interest. So yeah, I'm not gonna follow something like that. You can feel pain in Pirate in your soul. My God, Pirate, what did you do to Yaka?
I think he's whining about my microphone's too loud and yours is too soft or something.
Well, he can turn down the volume.
Everybody's got something to fucking. It's like fucking whiny baby Friday. Everybody's got something to fucking cry about.
Yaka, as of next week, you're taking over the stream, okay? What do you think? We're doing it this way?
Dennis Arroyo says he was just joking. I have no way of knowing Arroyo if it doesn't have like a laughing emoji. So you need to understand something, Dennis. When somebody puts in the cat's mic is too loud, I have no idea of knowing whether somebody's angry. That has a lot to do with why I'm not going to stream anymore, because I can't tell when people are joking or if people are just taking shots at me, and I don't want to paint anybody unnecessarily as an enemy. So I'm just kind of backing away from the whole fucking thing. It's just too aggravating for me anymore. I can't tell who's joking and who's not, and it's become too much. It's become too much of a job to try to keep up with it. So. enjoy it.
Give it to mom.
I just hear it's a bomb.
Mom, M-O-M.
Okay. Because it cut off a bit, and I was like, I hope it's not what I heard.
No. Diesel's got a bad habit of, I have a set of work gloves sitting here at the ready, and he likes anything that's smelly and stinky and sweaty.
Ooh, leather for
He's not allowed to take things off of the coffee table, and she caught him trying to pick up one of the gloves and carried it away, and she said, "Give it to mom." What you heard, it sounded like bomb.
Yeah.
A lot of times he does it just to garner her attention. He's like a child. Bad attention's better than none at all.
तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी
Yeah, Brian Holt Casey likes to put stuff on X, Twitter. I do too. You reach a huge audience, and you don't really have to like engage in a lot of. You don't have to defend your statements. You know, you don't get into a lot of protracted arguments and debates. You can just put your thoughts out there and let people read them, and they can take it for what it's worth. I think it allows him to post at his leisure, you know, when he's on his break at work, or if he has a few minutes while he's driving back and forth. But I'm quickly coming around to that sort of thinking myself, that if you have something you want to share about a particular topic, you can just post it on Twitter and X. The rest of the world can read it, and they can wipe their ass with it or disregard it as they see fit.
No more, but no answer from Yaka. Do we have confirmation if he's taking over next week? Come on, Yaka. Answer us, don't ignore us.
Come and get you, bitch.
We got our project done just in time, Jesse. See how shitty it is out there?
Hey, LA, not LAPD, LAN, the fire department scrutiny day. I saw so funny. Now, I did hear something about that take.
BNS said my lab is constantly grabbing our socks and underwear when we take them off, and I thought you were talking about a laboratory or something like a job. It's like, what the heck? But yeah, my puppy does the same. He likes stinky socks. Papa Mac, I think streaming is harder than hydro dipping. Yeah, hydro dipping seems easy, at least, you know, from just watching it. BNS, that undiagnosed issue they're testing me with your lab, like your dog, or something else. Well, I hope it's nothing serious if we're talking about a medical issue. plan for tomorrow. My stream logo is way cool, just saying. I don't know what's my stream logo. Highway Frog. Is it the gorilla thingy or what? Yeah, we have now plans for tomorrow for the polar plunge, so happy with that. That ape is just taken off the internet. Like I had it downloaded on my phone a while back, so it's an old one. I'm not gonna take credit for it because it's not being made by me. So I just hope it's not copyrighted. And I'm gonna find out it's probably Yakuza. Tell me, hey, this is my artwork. Hand over the stream. Know the money you made from super chats. And now you guys tell me, would you do that? Would you trust the billions of dollars from super chats with Fiat? I think you would just buy mushrooms with them. I don't know. Pomac said, Yaka's lawyer will be contacting me. Okay, well. What can I say? I hope it's regarding some Polish law or whatever. It's not that familiar with the US law. So. Yeah, within the next 10-15 minutes I'll need to step away for a bit. I need some work that's awaiting me. need to step away to get that done, then take a shower. So once that's all done, I'll be getting back on. Yeah, don't ask me for any tattoo. Like, I've never tried drawing since I think since after I passed puberty, I've never tried to draw anything. And yeah, I wouldn't trust myself with anything drawn by me. Yeah, but that's the OnlyFans, you know, it's not here. And basically, if you have the link to the OnlyFans and you know how to get there, then you know. If no, then if you don't know, you're not meant to be there. Basically, that's how it works. So if you need to ask for the ID or the password or whatever, it's not for you.
$800. Outrageous. A little bit because so I can
Papa Mac, I don't know why you retracted that message. I mean, you don't have to be, you know, ashamed of it. Like other guys have asked as well. It's something I've accepted a long time ago. I'm just like a really awesome guy, and both genders on the spectrum are interested. It is what it is. It's like a curse you need to live with, you know. Papa Mac, if anybody would look only at that one statement of yours and nothing else, and maybe, but anyone that's gonna look for more than like an hour at the content here will understand that it's all in jest. Thank you for the super chat, Papa Mac, but you know that's not enough to get access to the OnlyFans. So I hope that wasn't something that you understood as granting you access. Look, access there, you have to kind of pass a few health tests, because I don't want to be giving, you know, like heart attacks to anyone. It's the awesomeness is a bit too much for some people to handle, so you know, a waiver needs to be signed. It's not that easy. You know, there was this, I don't know if it was an album cover or whatever, something like Suffering from Success. That's basically it. And then imagine if anybody comes and listens to this shit that I'm spewing here and takes it serious. Oh god. Imagine Casey jumping in maybe to listen on his lunch break or something and hearing this shit. Maybe that's gonna make him get back into streaming. Like, I can't let these morons continue. They're destroying everything I've built. Yeah, Badonkey, I think that is what Papa Mac is trying to do. Get a footsie roll, huh? Footsie pick. All you had to do is ask Papa Mac. No need to go that heavy. Pirate brought a lot of the foot fetish followers here. Okay, that's why my numbers are so low. I guess I need to go and buy some white socks, huh? Is that what's happening? Is it the white socks or is it the feet? Because white socks I can get. Pirate's feet, not that easy. Stocks and socks. Papa Mac, you think Pirate's applying the same rules, like the same nail rules to himself as he does to Diesel? I don't know, Papa Mac. Pirate, what you got to say for yourself? Are you gonna defend yourself here? Or gonna let that statement stand?
Yeah, I had to go on mute. My son's in the room. We were having a conversation. There was a lot of crosstalk, and I didn't want everybody bitching about the extra noise. So,
well, I mean, after the help you've gotten from him over the last few days, I think he's deserved the right to be part of the discussion. But I'll leave it up to you.
no, he was sharing some stories with me about some of his Uber Eats deliveries and how we're talking about the need to be angry. I call it the angry American syndrome, where whether it's road rage or people bitching and moaning. And he said a lot of these people that he delivers groceries to, they'll vent on him. Like one guy was wanting to rip his ass, like he pulled up into the driveway too fast or approached his house too quickly, and kind of chastising him about his driving and stuff. And it's like, I think a lot of times these people use these little these young kids that are doing these drivers as like their emotional punching bag or their emotional dumpster. They want somebody they can fucking beat up on. Or so here's a kid that's working for tips, and they gives him a brief moment to be shitty to somebody. And he said, "It's there's no recourse. All you can do is smile and say yes, sir, because you're hoping to get a tip." Thinking what it just comes with it comes with the territory when you're working for a job for people where you're beholden to them. To part of your pay is made up through their gratification for your perceived extra hard work. Yeah, it just comes with it.
Pirate, I think it's also a bit, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's a bit connected to the hustler mentality in US, where you kind of need to work nonstop, and working multiple jobs is normal and accepted widely. And people are very stressed, they're very tired, they're probably working sick because they can't get sick days, they can't get days off or holidays to travel or whatever. So they just, when they have a chance to vent some of that anger, they just probably do, because they're gonna do it with the people that will have limited impact probably on them, because what can the delivery driver do? And also in line with the hustler mentality, I would actually advise him, it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be a challenge, but maybe lean into it. Maybe, I don't know, go to do a delivery, and if you have a chance, tell them, well, look, for an extra tip or a bigger tip, I'll let you vent on me. If you had a shitty day, just take it off on me. I can take it. And because
Jesse Preacher said what you should do is put in there and say, listen, if you'll double my tip, I'll let you verbally abuse me. If you need somebody to beat up on to make you feel better about yourself today, I'm willing to be your punching bag, but I'm going to need you to be compensated for that. I like it, Preacher. Yeah.
Look, because I have meetings at work sometimes where it's just venting. There's people need to speak what's on their mind, just complain a bit about shit that's at work or the weather or whatever, and you need to just give them some space to vent and to let their anger out. And that's why I was saying to lean into it. If you find a way to communicate and maybe even reach a small agreement with them, it's like, look, I'll be your verbal punching bag for you. On one side, he will understand that it's part of the deal, so he will not take it. Your son will not take it personally, and the customer gets, maybe they're actually going to be interested and give him some extra cash, and everybody's leaving happy. Let's say from the deal.
See, you're a better person than me, Preacher. I told him to roll the window down, throw the fucking French fries and the hamburger out of the fucking ground. Tell him, scream, suck my dick, and pull out of the driveway. I'm fucking done with people, man.
Yeah. Look, I don't think people are...
I don't need your fucking $7 tip bad enough for you to belittle me or fucking talk to me like I'm some sort of a goddamn stray dog.
Yeah, but Pirate, you kind of earned your stripes, so of course you're not going to take any bullshit, right? But when you're young and you have to...
He has no choice.
Yeah. So... is what it is. That's why I'm saying to just lean into it rather than take it personally and in a way suffer from it. Just try to make a lemonade, basically. That's it.
I'll tell you the strategy. All that time's valuable. I don't fuck what it has to say. It's not spend arguing with some fucker.
When you could do another delivery.
Go do another delivery.
Exactly.
Even if it takes my whole tip.
And that's how you got to approach it, Jesse. Just be real pragmatic about it. Be real business-like and be like, it doesn't pay me any money to argue with this fucking tree stump.
It doesn't pay me to win. It pays
me another delivery. Exactly. Sometimes you got to, maybe you won't win the battle, but you'll win the war. That's probably a good way to approach it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Because with deliveries and many other jobs, it's a lot about efficiency. So if you can't make tips from people getting angry, if you can just step away and get to another delivery, that's it.
The no tippers, not tipping demonstrates like you're preponderant to be an asshole.
Yeah.
So if you accept orders where people tip, you're priming yourself to be exposed to people that are more grateful for service.
That makes sense, yeah.
So a lot of people say they avoid zero tippers because those are the people that will rate you low, that'll complain, and say it's not good enough because they're already demonstrating that they don't appreciate what you're doing.
There you go. I seen something that Keanu Reeves had put on there, and I've heard nothing but great things about how he's handles himself as a man, especially somebody who has some celebrity and some wealth. But he said if people want to argue with him that 2 + 2 = 5, he says that's great, that's fine. You know, good luck with that. Yeah, just let me. Yeah, you're good. Good luck with that. You know, it's like, and I need to do more of that. Where I run into problems is I'll have people who will seek out my counsel or ask my advice, and then I give it to them, and then they expect me to defend it, and that's where I need to be better. I need to be better. Say, listen, I gave you my opinion. I'm not obligated to fucking argue with you about it. Do what you want. Like I said, disregard it. You can ignore me, but I'm not obligated to spend any of my time to sell you or convince you.
No. Come on. Okay, so I'm gonna be taking off now. Probably I'm gonna be away for 40 minutes to an hour, something like that.
Do your thing, man. We're just gonna hang out here and watch the stock.
My son just came over for me to give him some water. He's constantly thirsty or hungry. He's like running around so much that he constantly needs to eat and drink.
Well, I think he's allowed to have all the water he wants, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so
ROD, good to see you. Sound of that rain softly falling. Take a nap. Well, that's very kind of you, Frog. Thank you. He's going to be just fine. I saw to that. It's a done deal, my friend. Are you live, Highway Frog, or are you behind in the live stream? I think you might be behind. And you gotta remind me when we pull those pavers up over there to put that pipe underneath the ground for that downspout. Sandy. Oh. the dumbasses on Twitter trying to blame Trump for the wildfires. I'm like, you talk about a leap of logic. Yeah. It's like, you got to be a special kind of fucking stupid. Yeah.
I'm looking at a provider.
like we're still trending in the same direction. Meaning AMC almost perfectly flat at 383.
Yeah, you didn't miss a whole lot.
Yeah. GME what 3267. So we had on AMC we had over 3 million shares traded in the first 25 minutes or less, and so far on the day we have 8. So since then, since the first, let's say, half an hour of the day, we only had 5 million more shares traded. As if the market doesn't know what to do and where to go. As if it's stuck. I don't know why it would be stuck, but maybe somebody else knows more. Okay, I see. I don't know. I just went into X and I see, well, on 2 different posts, images of Mark Zuckerberg on, like on Rogan's podcast. And this guy is, I think this guy's wearing dark lenses, like eye lenses, contacts. His eyes look dark, and I think he's doing this just to appear more human. Because of all the memes of him being a lizard and looking like a robot. It definitely doesn't look like himself from a year or 2 back.
Yeah, he's in full damage control. He knows Trump's coming in.
Oh yeah.
And he knows that he's fucked with all of the shenanigans that they pulled with the first election, all of the and that and the COVID, between COVID and election interference, Mark Zuckerberg was a fucking evil dude. And now he knows his tits in the ringer, so now he saw the light. Now he wants to have Meta is going to be all about transparency and the free speech and all this shit. I'm like, you're like every other cocksucker. You got caught, and now you want to do the right thing. I would drop the hammer on his ass.
Like rats leaving a sinking ship. They're all like denouncing Biden now, but they were buddies, and
they were all stuck up his ass. They were all right up his fucking ass when it was all going down.
Look, you can imagine that they would even go back to it if they could, because I'm pretty sure they were getting, like, Zaki Boy was getting paid for selling your data to, you know, to whatever, NSA, CIA, whoever was, like with CIA for sure, but probably others as well. And now that might not happen anymore, right? Like, So he's losing business basically. And the thing is, because unfortunately for me, I still have Facebook. I look at it once every few days just because I'm keeping in touch with my family. It's mostly ads, at least what I'm getting here. It's an ad platform with like some personal posts in between those. It's a joke what it's become. It's a complete joke. Which I can understand. If something's free, then you're the product, right? But yeah, it's I don't really see an appeal into that thing anymore. Well, I haven't in years, but as I said, my family uses it, so since I'm not traveling to visit them, I try to stay in touch as much as I can.
Hour, 1 hour left.
Awa.
Friday night, raining. A good night for me to gummy down. I'm going hard into the gummies tonight. I'm gonna probably eat like 3 or 4 of them. Get stoned as a gravel driveway. Got Jackhammer held this weekend, but it does make the weekend go fast. I hate the weekends because the market's closed and it's no excitement. But with the Jackhammer hell, it makes the hours go real quick. Time to stay busy like that. So. I wouldn't listen if I was you, Yucca. If the volume's still fucked up, I'd go someplace else probably. Go to like fucking, I don't know, YouTube or something, or midget chicks with big dicks. Find something on fucking Pornhub. Go someplace else.
Yaka, if the sound doesn't work for you, you can just join us on Discord, because then you can, adjust the volumes for us individually and make it work for you.
Yeah, run a stream, Yucca. You need to go live and run a live stream, and you can do all the fucking sound and microphones. It can all be goddamn perfect. Let me know as soon as I see your notification, man. I will give you a subscribe and come right on in. Hurry up, we're waiting.
Be right back for a moment. Just need to make sure that my daughter's going to bed. She would want to stay up all night if you don't check in on her.
Come on, Yucca. It could be perfect, man. You can have the perfect. It'll all be perfect, man. Perfect volumes, perfect sound, perfect content. It can be fucking glorious, man. Yucca, you know you can adjust that on your end. You know that, right? You have all the freedom in the world to adjust the volumes on your side. Why are you not in Discord, Yucca? Why are you fucking about in the live chat anyhow instead of being in Discord where you're supposed to be? No, man, I'm trying to be helpful because the streams are getting ready to shut down. Pretty soon there's not going to be any streams, Yucca. We're only going to be in Discord, dude. It's going to be Discord or nothing.
Yeah, you know, it's coming in really hot on YouTube, and I'm just streaming in the background. So then when I don't hear Preacher, I turn it up, and then when I hear you, it just comes in really hot.
I don't know, man. Preacher's running it through his Streamlabs.
So it's
Discord. But the Discord, he picks up the Discord, which is from my Discord, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it or not. Pirates Hideaway is the Discord.
Yeah, it's like it's different this time around. It was really loud. Like I turned it up as usual this morning, and then the Preacher was talking. I'm like, okay. And then you came in, and I was like, oh, what? So I don't know if maybe one of his channels, his feeds, he has it coming in as really loud volume. I don't know these things.
I clicked on his profile on Discord, and it shows his volume on Discord is set at 80%.
Yeah, but it's not about.
Right here.
It's
right here, it sounds perfect.
It's more like how I have you set up, Pirate, but.
Yeah, right here in the back of the Hideaway, everybody sounds leveled. But whatever.
I have no control over the volumes on YouTube. It's all Preacher.
Mm-hmm. Hey Pedro, so can I call you Yaka then? I'm not sure I understand.
You can call him Yucky.
Yucky? Yucky, yucky, yucky. Yucky, 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 yucky. Da, 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 da.
Petro, is the sound the same for you? Is it really loud for me and really quiet for Preacher, Petro, or is that just Yucca?
In Petro we trust.
Or anybody, it doesn't have to be Petro, anybody feel free to chime in that can hear. Petro said the same thing, really loud for Pirate, really soft for Preacher. There you go.
Well, I can't. I mean, I can probably go like this, and probably now I'm gonna be a bit louder. Then that might be a bit too loud for Discord as well.
No, you sound fine here, but maybe the solution is to turn my microphone down, or however it works. I don't have Streamlabs, so I don't know how it works.
The thing is, if I turn down the volume, I turn Discord down, and not just you. So basically, everybody's gonna be low. Maybe now it's gonna be better. I don't know. And yeah, I need then I sound like in an echo room. Well, I think I need to get myself like a studio or something. I was planning to do a room with like soundproofing and stuff, but yeah, that would take, well, first of all, money and space and time.
Yucca, they said if the winds don't stop blowing, that the fire could burn down all of Los Angeles. You got any updates? What do you got going on out there? Give us some fire.
Outside, but still, I don't think it's gonna burn all. That's exaggeration. Obviously, each city has its own fire hydrant, I guess, reserved, because that was the problem with the other areas. They didn't have enough water stored in that city, so I'm not sure if each city is different. But yeah, I don't think it'll burn. My wife, she keeps texting me, "Oh, we need to evacuate. There's another warning." I'm like, "Stop it." They do that on purpose to keep everybody on their toes and in fear. It's fucking burning like 20 miles from us. It's not gonna come here yet. If it comes, it's not going to. So, and then, but she's just losing it.
Maybe you should let her come hang out at the trophy shop with you.
She's over at the house working. She works online right now. She's with students, and she's like a speech therapist. So she's at home. Yeah, I don't want her here. Here's peaceful, pirate. You got peace here. It's nice and quiet. And she's gonna start rearranging the trophy shop. No. Yeah, but it's bad. Nobody wants to take blame. All they care about is, I'm LGBTQ. We're equal. Look at me.
I seen some really nice pictures on X of fire hydrants that were painted up with the gay flag, the rainbow flags. They look beautiful. None of them had any fucking water in them, but they looked real pretty.
Just like the people running the state. Well, not really. They're not beautiful, but they're painted with different colors. But there's nothing inside. They have no brains. They don't know what to do. They're on vacation. Man, I hope. The thing is, million homes were lost. And these are the same people that donated, you know, to these people. And I think they're done. There has to be. That's it. They have to be out. They have to. I mean, I don't know what else. But I've seen, you know, how the stock market is so manipulated. I can assume it's the same shit. Yeah, it's really bad. It's I got called to one of my customers yesterday. I went out to the dealerships. All of their banners are torn. They're gone. One light post that holds the pole banners, it was torn off. It fell on one of the new cars. I'm like,
you're not going to have any. You're not going to have any vacancies in your apartments that you manage. There's 30,000 people going to be looking for places to rent. So I don't think you're going to have any problem keeping your building full.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, and these people are not gonna. They're not gonna build right away. They can't.
No, fuck no, man. It takes fucking years.
You got to get permits, and again, you need to. The insurance companies are gonna delay everything. You know,
Mrs. Meyer is shaking her head. Listen, it can take up to a year just to settle your claim.
Oh yeah,
I'm not shitting you. A fucking year before you even get your money. Then you got to find a builder. Most people don't have the skills to build their own house or even act as their own general contractor. They got to go find somebody who's not already swamped with business. And that guy has to try to find crews that can do the work that aren't already stacked up 6 and 7 months out. If you haven't been around anybody that tried to build a brand new home under the best of circumstances, I'm just talking about in some general area in Texas or Florida, it's a long process and there's a lot that goes into it. You can't imagine the hurdles that's going to be presented with what's going on out there. So yeah, housing is going to be very super high demand for probably the next 48 months to 3 years.
Somebody was comparing this as you know how the movie Chinatown.
Yeah.
Somebody's comparing this to that, like, you know, what if you said that last time? If you get a big developer he's just gonna wait until there's enough pain where nothing's happening. He could just come in and say, "Hey, I'll buy all these acres. You know, I'm gonna pay each person, I don't know, $300,000, or maybe I don't know if that's too much. I don't know, pirate." You know, the
only thing they do is there are people who try to make money on it because they know that people are aggravated, and they go to them and say, "Listen, there's nothing left now but your yard. I'll buy your land for what it's worth if you want to move on."
Yeah.
And then what people do is they sell their land, and then they take that money, and then they still get their insurance claim. So, but I see a lot during hurricanes, man. People get wiped out and they go, "Yeah, I've had enough of this shit. I'm going somewhere else." They don't ever realize that there's always something else, whether it's ice storms or volcanoes or earthquakes. But for whatever reason, there's a certain amount of people that go, "Yeah, I'm done." So what happens is a lot of guys will speculate. They go around and they'll buy property knowing that there's some deals to be had because people are eager to get out.
Do you think this will bring down the property value, or now it's going to be?
Fuck no.
It's going to make it more
fucking roof.
competitive, right?
Like, go through the fucking roof.
Because now they're going to go to other states and go buy whatever's over there if they don't want to live here. So yeah, I think that's right. That's going to make it even worse. I mean, all we need now is an earthquake here. A big earthquake, and Oh man, look at that.
I tell you what, you're going to see. You're going to see a whole lot of people embracing these new technologies. I told you my house is concrete. There's a lot of houses that are, I don't want to say fireproof, but if you build a house out of concrete, and instead of having a asphalt roof, shingles are made out of petroleum. They're literally made out of an oil-based product. They're combustible. There's nothing any more flammable than a shingle. It has fiberglass in it, but it also has a lot of oil-based materials like tar. So if you do away with that and go with a metal roof, you can build a house that's really resistant to fire. And that's what you're going to see. All the new construction from the wealthy people who can afford to pay more because it's a more expensive build. Instead of using 2x4s, yellow pine, they're going to do poured concrete. And it'll have stucco and brick and all of that. And then they'll do it so it'll be, but a lot of that property, because of the views and the proximity to California, that land is always going to be worth a bunch. But what you'll find out is you'll find people on the edges build first.
Yeah. I've never paid attention in Florida. The power cables, are they run underground, or you guys are still?
And your really high end neighborhoods, they're underground, but everywhere else they're still above ground. For the most part, most electric is still above ground. That's one of the big shortcomings in the United States. They should have done away with above ground power generations ago. That's one of those things but it's hard to go back and retrofit, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like events like this haven't happened before. You know, go look at the pictures of Nagasaki after the atomic bomb went off, or Hiroshima. Go look at Dresden when we bombed Dresden into the Stone Ages during World War II. Go look at Berlin. I mean, there's a lot of historic precedents for entire areas being wiped out. I mean, just decimated. You'd be surprised how fast they can recover.
I mean, what was San Francisco had that big 1906, that big earthquake that caused a fire that burned down pretty much everything. That was crazy. How many acres was that? I don't know. No, let me see. Look at that. That was different times. 1906 is nothing compared to now. Chicago fire, really? 1871, yeah.
See, there's a lot of other things to consider too, like when a single home burns down, it doesn't affect like the power grid. But the way this fire worked, it took out telephone poles, the power distribution lines, the primary wires that ran through subdivision. So it's going to be nothing short of a miracle just to get electricity back into those neighborhoods. Every one of those telephone poles has to be replaced. All of those conductors, all of that it's like building brand new. They got to pull the old burnt shit out of the way. While they're at it, they're going to make changes. The engineers and the architects and all that, city planners are going to say, yeah, well, we've needed to upgrade this particular area for a long time anyhow. So a lot of that's going to mean new substations have to be put in, all that. So, it's going to be some time before a lot of those areas even have electricity. See, when you go to build a house, the first thing you do is pull an electrical permit. It's called a temporary power pole. They come in and they stick a little telephone pole on your property. They put an electric meter there and about 4 electric plugs. And that provides the electricity for all your workers while you're building your house. Well, that ties into the street. Well, the shit on the street is gone now. So if you had somebody today who was willing to start building you a house in Palisades, they don't have electricity to run the first fucking drill or charge up the first fucking, saw. So there's some serious issues as far as infrastructure. Not to mention, all the ruptured gas lines. And a lot of that can be shut off at the street. There's underground valves for water and natural gas. But the main thing is going to be the distribution of electricity through those areas. It could be, I'm going to tell you the truth, it could be this time next year before some of those places even have electric lines running in front of their house. I don't see any way that houses start getting built in those burnt areas any sooner than 3 years. And that's best case scenario.
Yeah. And I wonder how many people didn't have the insurance. You know how they said that all the insurance, they started dropping people and people were shopping for insurance. I wonder how many of those houses, if it's a handful, if it's the majority of them, they're gonna stop. What's gonna happen?
Well, no. The first thing you need to understand is everybody has insurance. If you have a mortgage, you have insurance. It's either included in your payment or your banker has a policy for you. But there's not a banker in the United States that loans you money for a house and doesn't have insurance on it. Doesn't happen. Now you can be underinsured. I've seen that where people had houses in Florida that were built in like the 50s and 60s. You know, they bought when the land was cheap. They built their house. Maybe they spent, $100,000, built a little cottage. Over the years, they fixed it up. So maybe they only kept, even if the house appraised for 200,000 or 300,000, and that's all they kept the insurance for. When the house burns down, the current construction prices won't allow you to rebuild for that. See, this is where you need to understand insurance. There's a difference between full replacement value and stated value. So just because your house burns down doesn't mean your insurance company owes you enough money to rebuild it. You enter into a business deal with your insurance company, and there are stated numbers in the policy. Nowhere in there does it say if your house burns down, we'll build you the same house. It doesn't work that way. What you agree upon is a value. And if you undervalue your house so you can have a cheaper rate, you do so at a peril for times like this. If your house is appraised for $200,000, but really it's worth $500,000. Well, the problem with that is when your house burns down and they give you your $200,000, you don't have enough money to rebuild.
Got you.
Still good, honey.
There's this lady that came out on the news. She was saying that her parents, their insurance provider dropped them. That's why I brought that up. So they didn't have insurance for their home, and I think their home was already paid off.
That's bad. Yep.
That's sad and bad. Yeah.
Well, there's always insurance available. I'll give you an example. My boat dock. You've seen my boat dock that I built with Mrs. Pirate. It's all tore to hell from the last storm.
Yeah.
That boat dock is what's called an uninsured loss. It is not covered by my policies. When that storm hit and it wiped it out, I can call Allstate all day long and they'll say, read your policy. We told you from the beginning that none of that boat dock stuff is covered. And you're like, I got it. Now I can go and buy a separate policy just because my homeowner's policy doesn't cover that boat dock. The reason they don't cover the boat dock is because they know those boat docks get blown out about every 2 or 3 years. They're not dumb. There's a reason why they don't include boat docks and boat houses in a policy in Florida, because they're very fragile structures and the power of that water is incredible. And they're like, yeah, we'll lose our ass. We'll be rebuilding these things every 3 years. So we'll insure your house, but we're not insuring your boat dock. So when you build a boat dock, you do so with the full knowledge that if the storm blows it out, you're just fucked. Or you can get a standalone policy. You can call up and you can tell my insurance man, I want a separate policy for my boat shit. And they're like, that's fine. Give us $500 a month. You're like, well, goddamn, the whole boat dock doesn't cost but $30,000. They're like, yeah, do you want the policy or not? Because there's no free lunch. You're not going to get a policy for a boat dock for $5 a month when they know that every 3 years they're going to have to build you a $30,000 policy. So there's no such thing as not having insurance. It's just not having insurance that's cheap enough. I can have insurance put on my fucking dog. You can insure anything. I mean, you can insure a fucking bowling ball. It doesn't matter. You call up your insurance company, you tell them what you want insurance on, and they'll give you a price on it. The question is it worth the money you spend every month?
Yeah.
Good. The end of the power hour. Unless we see any drastic changes, GME will close above max pain and AMC below max pain. So unless it changed, max pain on AMC was $4, on GME was $30.50.
think about not just the houses that have to be rebuilt. Every house has to have a new stove, a new refrigerator, a new dishwasher, a new washer and dryer, new garage door openers, a new furnace, a new air conditioner. How many cars got burnt up? You know, lighting lawnmowers, furniture, living room suits, bedrooms, dresser drawer, all of that stuff.
I mean, hoping they do stay in California, all that will come back to California, but they move, other states will get that money.
You know, a lot of people were talking about the houses that were for sale. Not always, but a lot of people who have a house that's for sale and it burns to the ground, they're kind of a winner. Because if the market had peaked and was already starting to pull back and they couldn't get the $3 million out of the house and it burns. Now, Mrs. Pirate pointed this out yesterday, as long as they were well insured. If it doesn't do you any good, the guy thought he could have sold his house for $5 million, but it's only insured for 1.5. Well, then he's fucked. But if a guy's house is insured for 5 and that's what he's asking for it, and it burns to the ground, he doesn't have to go through the trouble of selling the house anymore. He wanted to leave anyhow. He wanted his money. So they're going to be winners and losers.
Yep.
And you got a lot of people who are like, you know, they might have been pissed off at the politics or the onerous taxes or the refusal of the, you know, bureaucrats to stop, you know, immigrants from shitting on sidewalks. And they're like, I would leave here, but this is our home. So there's a very real argument that could be made for a lot of people who might just make this their exodus. This might be the final straw for them to say, yeah, we've been thinking about moving to Texas or Las Vegas or wherever, you know.
I'm thinking, I want to get out of here, but I'm thinking of going to Florida. My brother's out there. My mom is there, my brother.
I'll give you some jackhammer work this weekend if you want to run a jackhammer. I got 2 days worth of work.
I definitely I can feel comfortable knowing that if I get there, I'll have work. That's good.
I'll rent you a house, man, but I'm going to need first and last month's rent. Deposit.
The deposit, yeah.
I got a nice house with a shop in the back, big enough to run like a not big enough to run a daycare out of, but you could run a real nice like beauty shop or a barber shop or something like that. Yeah. You could easily run your trophy business out of it.
I'd like that. What city is that in?
Pensacola, man.
Mm.
You wouldn't be able to dodge your wife though. She'd be able to walk right out in the backyard and come to into your shop. So that might not work for you, man. excuse me, I read that they got they got funding. I think it was $3 billion with a B, $3 billion for water conservation and reservoirs. And they, in 3 years, they didn't so much as dig a fish pond. They didn't dig even a single solitary hole to hold water in. And you think, for $3 billion, you think somebody could have gotten a little something done in 3 years.
Where does the money go?
It's a con. It's all a symptom of the big con. All that money. It's like the what do you call it? The high-speed rail that California had, where they spent hundreds of millions of dollars, and they made about 3,000 foot of concrete high-speed rail, and it hasn't been touched since. Where did all that money go? And it's a big con. These people submit contracts. Some of it's no-bid contracts, and it's just like selling shit to the government, to the military. So the whole thing is full of fraud, waste, and abuse. Nothing ever gets built, but the money goes from the taxpayers to a politician's friends, kind of like what Preacher was talking about early this morning. It's just a big money laundering machine. It goes, everyday citizens work, pay taxes. The taxes end up in a big giant, pile of money. The politicians say, damn, I'd like to have some of that money, but the only way they can get it is if they give their brother-in-law a sweetheart contract. So they get their brother-in-law the contract to, whatever, run the fucking local dog catchers department, or build them a new dog pound, and then they charge 100 times more than the going rate, and then all the money and a little bit of that money ends up back in the politician's pocket. One big circular fucking machine. It's incredible. I don't know how you stop it. Elon Musk claims that he's going to make an effort. The whole Department of Government Efficiencies and Trump, they claim that they're going to go in and put a stop to all this kind of shit, but we'll see. It could just be more the same. It could just be their buddies that get paid now. Fucking nothing would surprise me anymore.
But if you would have the government's treasury run on a blockchain, you could track not only where exactly your tax money is going, like in whose, police officer's salary or whatever, how is it spread out, but you could track how much each department spends and on what, right?
Yep.
They don't want this. They don't want you to know how your taxes are used. So.
Well, they have it now. They publicly disclose all their budgets, but nobody cares. When you look on there and you see, I'll give you an example, Preacher. You tell me why the chief of police in New York City needs to make like $2 million a year. Where the fuck did that ever come from? I mean,
can I?
Exactly.
I guess,
and it's like,
I guess
yeah.
The people who are capable of giving him that salary want him in their pocket, so that if the day comes when they want the police force to do something what they want the police force to do, they know that it's going to get done, and that's it.
Yep. Look at if you want to get pissed off, you really want to ruin your fucking evening, it's all public information. Do a deep dive into some of these big cities and look at their payrolls. Look at what like the head of sanitation makes, the head of road and bridges, the head of fucking parks, all of those fucking places. It is fucking incredible, the grift that goes on. And see, that is the prize. When somebody says, why would anybody spend $3 million run to become the mayor of Detroit when the job only pays $200,000 a year? I'm like, that's not the paycheck that they're after. It's the power to award all these contracts.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta quit hating on them so much, man. I'm just jealous. I just went in on the scam. I need to go out there right now and I need to find me a hole in the ground that I can buy, or dig a hole in the ground, sell dirt. They're going to need fill dirt. They're going to need clay. I need to buy a piece of property and have it permitted for what they call a borrow pit. I need to have it permitted. See, again, it's all about permitting. You got to go to EPA. Try to open up a garbage dump. Just say you're just a good old-fashioned country boy. You just want to open up. You got your family left you a farm with 300 acres, and you say, listen, we need to sell all this topsoil. We get a couple $1 million for the topsoil. We're going to sell all the fill dirt for all these every construction site needs 10 truckloads of fill dirt, and then the hole that's left, we're going to fill that full of garbage. Seems like a good simple plan. And in the old days, you could do that. Man, you'd be 10 or 15 years fighting the EPA just to get the permits so that somebody could come in there and dump busted up concrete in a hole. I'm telling you, just like the EPA has fucked up my pickup truck, they have fucked up business in the United States so bad. And I'm all for clean water, clean air. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not somebody that wants to dump battery acid in the creek. It's not who I made. But they have swung so far to the other side of this that you can't get anything done because of the regulatory process. It shouldn't take 5 years to get an approval for me to buy a hole in the ground for you to dump. If your house just burned down, it's got to go somewhere. Somebody's got to scoop up all that busted concrete, all that trash has got to be loaded on somebody's dump truck, and it needs to go out somewhere in the country and get dumped into a hole. Well, if I want to dig a hole and charge you $100 a dump truck, you think the government would help me, but they don't. You think the government's going to come in and say, "Okay, pirate, we're glad that you want to invest in our community, and we need sanitation. We need a place for all of our garbage to." No, they treat you like you're the fucking enemy, and they do everything they can to try to stop you from doing it. And then if they do let you do it, they put so many requirements on it that it virtually guarantees that it'll never make $1. And then everybody scratches their head and goes, "My house just burnt down. Where can I haul all this shit to?" I'm like, "Your county landfill," but they charge $300 a dump truck to dump it. You're like, "God damn." I'm like, "I know, man."
Yeah.
The fuck right? The why?
Looks like Yaka has
Holy shit.
has his friend on the phone, huh? Or what's happening there?
Now why?
Is he visiting?
Funny. Pirate, it's not going to be that easy to clean up all that mess. You need to what if they start finding bones of people that
You have to call the coroner. Every time you find a body, there's a process for it. You call the coroner.
Crime scene.
Coroner. You don't call the ambulance. You call a coroner or the sheriff. You call the sheriff at 911, and they'll send the coroner out, and they take them to the city morgue. They put the bones, and they'll take all the details and everything, and they take them to the city morgue until the family collects them. But, yep, there's a process for that.
Yeah, I mean, fucking. Can this Gavin guy? Can he face criminal charges? Is that a possibility? He was warned.
No, I don't think it's probably. I don't think that's going to happen. The most you could hope for is that he could be fired from his job. See, that's the thing. Politicians, they kind of operate. I guess they call it qualified immunity. I know the police department has. It's kind of like they're not acting in their capacity as a person. They're acting as your mayor. So you elected him as mayor. So if he does any dumb shit when he's mayor, you can just sue the city. You can't sue Gavin Newsom, but you can sue the state of California. Good luck with that.
Yeah, what the fuck? So, but you're suing yourself because you're gonna pay for. You pay. The taxpayers are paying. It's like, where's all that money coming from? Coming from taxpayers. I was just thinking, man, they already found some bodies.
somebody that they used to know.
They showed one on the Weather Channel live on accident.
Oh yeah, that's the one, right? That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw that shit. It was the skull and the rib cage and all that shit, plain as day. They didn't even know what they were looking at when they were videoing it.
Few more minutes. The week is over.
Nothing. What? 1-9 came and left.
AMC's down 3.67%. GameStop is down 2%. So,
Oh man.
All this means is that they're squeezing that spring a bit tighter. Every day, every week, they're just doing the same. So tighter and tighter and tighter. So
that's what she said.
You are right, sir. If we can learn anything out of watching
VIX is at 19.44.
Audioted, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying, if there's anything that we can learn about watching this event, is they can't let it go down too far. They can't let it go up too far. Pretty damn obvious.
Yeah. And as Tandy's put in the numbers, basically today and yesterday, 200,000 shares loaned each day, 300,000 on Wednesday, borrowed for shorting AMC. So they just keep adding and adding and adding. So let them.
Preacher, was any Bitcoin lost in this fire from burnt up cold wallets?
Well, probably.
Keyword phrases. How many keyword phrases that were written down on pieces of paper and kept hidden in there it is, closing bell.
There we are. But yeah, basically with Bitcoin, if you didn't have your phrase saved somewhere else, or either on the cloud, or one of those pieces of paper kept in, I don't know, in your parents' house in a different city or whatever, then yeah, if it's gone, it's gone.
Done. That shit's gone forever, ain't it?
Yeah, that made Bitcoin just a bit more valuable. Yeah.
Yep.
It's left on the table.
There's no way that many houses got burnt, that many computers got burnt, and that many little notebooks that are tucked away in somebody's jewelry closet or hidden in their closet underneath their gym shoes that's got their keyword phrases in it. I promise you, the stories haven't come out yet, but I'm waiting any day now for the old, I had X amount of dollars and now I can't get to it.
Look, you might not hear about it if you're not following people who are in the crypto circle. Those stories might not reach out that big. Right? Yeah, there's
they may not be too big a hurry to share that with everybody.
Okay, so thanks everybody for sticking around. It's been lovely having you here, and I'm happy that we were able to make it through the week together. So I'll play the exit song.
Well done, preacher. Well done. Thank you very much, preacher.
Yeah, happy to help. Happy to try to keep the torch alive. We squeeze and get those tendies. And so here we go.
From sap to strength in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Through the nights and days, we fought this fight. With hearts of gold, we reached new heights. Together we stand, through thick and thin. In this game of life, we always win.
That's it for the week, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. See you next week probably, and remember, don't have a good weekend. Have a great one.